Chapter 3362. Ling Xiao couldn't help but frown when he saw this terrifying sword chi. The difference was too great. Given his own cultivation base, it was simply impossible for him to unleash such a domineering sword chi. It seemed that if he really encountered a reincarnation divine grade martialist, he could only avoid it. Master, their cultivation bases and combat strength are similar. I'm afraid it will be difficult to determine the victor. Ling Xiao couldn't help but ask. No, that girl will win. The Yuan Venerate shook his head. Although the Undying King is powerful, it hasn't been formed for a long time. Therefore, it can't fully display the abilities of the Star Demon King. In terms of martial techniques, it shouldn't be as powerful as Dark Frost's. Of course, the most direct reason is that Dark Frost is a soul race martialist, a powerful soul race martialist. The parasitic beast has to rely on its spirit power to control a physical body. Otherwise, the physical body's movements will be very stiff. It will be the same as those ordinary zombies. It can be said that Dark Frost is basically its nemesis. It just doesn't know it yet. Ling Xiao partially agreed with the Yuan Venerate's words, but he also had doubts. The parasitic beast and Dark Frost obviously hadn't just started fighting. How could it not know that Dark Frost was proficient in spirit mystic techniques? It was probably too early to say who would win or lose. Of course, deep down, he still hoped that Dark Frost would win. Otherwise, the Western region martialists would suffer miserably, just as the parasitic beast had said. Boom! There was a loud explosion in the sky. The sword chi collided with the black wind, and each released a powerful and terrifying energy. The entire space seemed to be on the verge of exploding due to this loud explosion, and became extremely unstable. The void warship below couldn't help but sway. After a moment of stalemate, the attacks of both sides were annihilated at the same time. From the looks of it, the two of them were evenly matched. The parasitic beast had an advantage in terms of cultivation base. Dark Frost had an advantage in terms of spirit power. It seemed like this battle would either last for a long time or be decided in a short time. It all depended on which side would reveal their trump cards first. The moment the attack was annihilated, the undead king moved. The blood-red wings on his back flapped, and his body turned into a beam of blood-red light. In an instant, he traversed a distance of several hundred meters and stabbed the blades in his hands toward Dark Frost. Perhaps the undead king also knew that he was good at close combat. The other party belonged to the soul race, so they were better at long-range combat. Getting closer would definitely give him an advantage. There was a blood-red light flickering on the two blades, as well as strange veins that looked like blood vessels. Ling Xiao had no doubt that if this sword pierced Dark Frost, it would suck out Dark Frost's blood. Ding ding! The blade-like monster did not hit Dark Frost. Instead, when it was 2 or 3 meters away from Dark Frost, it hit something, as if it was an air wall. This caused the sword's hands to be unable to continue moving forward. It seems to be a domain similar to the domain of absolute frost. Ling Xiao was shocked. Sure enough, Dark Frost has already cultivated the Soul Emperor's inheritance. While Ling Xiao was still in shock, 2 huge cylinders suddenly flew out of the void behind Dark Frost. The front part of the cylinders was like a sharp thorn that stabbed toward the undead king. The soul race martialists are really good at fighting. They only need to use their soul power, and they don't even need to move their hands and feet to make all kinds of attacks. The Yuan Venerate lamented, "Kid, you can't forget the advantage of your soul power. If you suddenly use it in battle, it will definitely have a miraculous effect." I know, but my soul mystic technique most likely can't keep up with my cultivation anymore. If I enter the reincarnation's sacred realm, what I have learned before will no longer be of any help. I can only learn new mystic techniques. Fortunately, the four-leaf demonic eyes have always been effective, so it can be considered a consolation. Ling Xiao also wanted to use soul mystic techniques, but the problem was the things he had learned when he was still a zero-transition martialist. He might not be able to use them effectively now. The sudden appearance of the two huge cylinders clearly made the undead king a little unhappy. Two tentacles appeared on his body and blasted out like the tentacles of an octopus. The two tentacles blocked the two cylinders. Sure enough, that guy is no longer human. How can a human have tentacles? It's too strange. Ling Xiao couldn't help but shake his head when he saw this. The Star Demon King was also a 9th-level life-sizer, but he had died, so tragically. Not only was he dead, but his body was also at the mercy of the parasitic beast. That feeling was really pitiful. Dark Frost's attack was ineffective, but her expression didn't change. Suddenly, a huge skeleton walked out of the void behind her. The skeleton was covered in black smoke. Its hands were unarmed, but the color of its bones was silver-white, like some kind of metal. The skeleton slammed its claws down, and black smoke filled the air. Wherever the claws passed, the air was directly torn apart, and there was a sharp whistling sound. It was enough to make one's head hurt. Although Dark Frost didn't have the advantage of a physical body, she was still a member of the Soul Race. The Soul Race had the ability to summon monsters from alternate dimensions to do battle. The undead monarch raised his hands and blocked the huge skeleton's claws. However, because he was passively defending, he was clearly at a disadvantage and was sent flying. The skeleton didn't have it easy either. The claws that were waving in the air were instantly shattered into pieces. Apparently, the Undying King's body was much tougher than the skeleton's. The Undying King flew back 4 or 5 meters, then suddenly circled behind Dark Frost. Continue attacking. Facing the Undying King's rapid attacks, Dark Frost seemed very calm. She always had a way to block, and always had a way to counterattack. For a moment, the two sides were evenly matched, and it was hard to tell who would win. Dark Frost clearly cultivated the Soul Emperor's legacy, but other than using her domain to defend, she didn't seem to use it to attack. She can't, or is she waiting for an opportunity? Ling Xiao frowned. She should be waiting for an opportunity, although both sides have powerful trump cards. In this situation, the first person to use them first will be the first. If they can't defeat the opponent by using their trump card, they will be in trouble. Therefore, both sides are very restrained and cautious. This battle will probably be a long one. The Yuan Venerate analyzed. I'm afraid Dark Frost will be in trouble at night. Ling Xiao said, I didn't expect you to realize this, kid. You're worth teaching. You're right. At night, the combat strength of the Undying will definitely skyrocket, and Dark Frost will become weak because of the consumption of her soul power. If the battle can't be resolved during the day, the situation will definitely reverse. The Yuan Venerate praised. The battle in the sky was too loud. It attracted many monsters from the meteorite zone. Ling Xiao could see through his Taiji eye that most of these monsters were undying, zombies, and blood drinkers. There were also some mutated monsters, such as the demon dog, whose head had completely split into 4 parts. Another example was the tree vines that could move. The strength of these monsters was generally above the 1-star life-seizing realm. Chapter 3363. Only 8th and 9th level 1-star life-seizing monsters dared to get close to the battle between the two super powerhouses. The rest of the ordinary zombies and demonic beasts had already hidden far away. Ling Xiao furrowed his brows. Is this an accident? He muttered to himself. He had never heard of so many mutant monsters appearing after the opening of the immemorial divine tomb. Maybe But with so many monsters, the immemorial divine tomb must be more dangerous than usual, especially in the meteorite zone. Are you sure you want to stay here? Yuan Venerate asked. The more dangerous it is, the fewer martial artists will come. I have no problem dealing with these brainless monsters. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Not only are you not afraid, but you will also be very happy, right? Yuan Venerate shook his head and smiled bitterly. After being with Ling Xiao for so long, how could he not understand Ling Xiao's character? The stronger the enemy, the more motivated he would be. It would be the same this time. The battle continued in the sky. Ling Xiao opened his Taiji eye and recorded every detail. This would be an important experience for him in future battles. They fought from noon until the sun set in the west. This battle was truly a stalemate. However, as the sky gradually darkened, the undying king was obviously getting stronger. His eyes were filled with excitement. Pathetic human girl, you can still fight me in the day. Now that the sun has completely set, what will you use to fight me? The undying king's throat made a low sound. The parasite was ready to launch its final attack on Darkfrost. Yes, it's time to end it. At night, you monsters should be able to handle it with more ease. Darkfrost's expression did not change at all, as if she was frozen, forever as cold as frost. Ling Xiao guessed that after the torture of the Soul Hall, this girl had probably lost all human emotions. She was quite pitiful. Is that so? You seem to be very confident, but I will let you know how insignificant you are. The undying king's cold voice came out again. An even more intense blood-red light was released from his body. His body actually began to change. His body, which was originally only 2 meters tall, gradually grew to 5 or 6 meters tall. Sharp claws grew out of his hands, and a pair of sharp horns grew out of his forehead. The red light became more and more dazzling, completely covering the light of the setting sun. The terrifying aura pressured Ling Xiao until he was practically unable to breathe. It seems like the undying king has been waiting for his chance to show his trump card. Ling Xiao had a strong feeling that if Darkfrost did not have a reasonable defensive method, she would be in trouble. Master, I want to save that girl, right? Ling Xiao asked Ling, that's a risk. Who knows what kind of personality that girl has? If you save her, it'll be fine if she's grateful. With her help, you'll be even more unyielding in the immemorial divine tomb. But if she was an ungrateful person, or if she didn't know how to be grateful, then you might even be killed by him. Yuan Venerate reminded him. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Let's take a gamble. And do you think I, Ling Xiao, am that easy to kill? Ling Xiao smiled and began to pay close attention to the battle. If Darkfrost was really in trouble, he would definitely save her. If Darkfrost was absorbed by the parasite beast, then the human martial artists in the immemorial divine tomb would be wiped out. Although those unrelated people had nothing to do with him, he might not even be able to protect his own life if that happened. And his friends. Saving Ming Shuang was the same as saving himself and saving his friends. He had thought this through thoroughly. He discovered the undying king's situation. Some of the one-star life-seizers and one-star life-seizers who had been waiting nearby to take advantage of the situation quickly fled. They could clearly feel the terror of the undying king's attack, and it might even affect them. It seems like an ability similar to my bloodthirsty plague, but obviously stronger, Ling Xiao exclaimed. At the same time, Darkfrost also realized the terror of the undying king's attack. At that moment, she also mobilized the most powerful energy in her body. Intermediate king-class martial technique, soul-devouring domain. It was indeed a domain. Hearing Darkfrost's voice, Ling Xiao was finally certain of his judgment. Any domain is useless. You can't defend against this move of mine at all. The undying king revealed a ferocious expression. The red light in his hands formed the shadow of a huge mouse. Then he suddenly released it. The sky was filled with red light, and Ling Xiao could barely open his eyes. Fortunately, his Taiji eye and four-leaf demonic eyes were special eyes, so he could carefully observe the entire process. In almost an instant, the countless blood-red mice were not far from Dark Frost. They were so fast that it was as if they had teleported. Undying plague. The undying king roared in a low voice that echoed in the void worship. Boom! The undying plague and the soul-devouring domain finally collided. At that moment, the space was severely distorted, so much so that the scenery in the sky seemed to be bent, looking extremely strange. It was a stalemate for about a minute. The terrifying, undying plague began to corrode the soul-devouring domain. Even though it was not completely dark yet, the undying king still displayed a combat power that was more terrifying than Dark Frost's. Boom! Finally, the soul-devouring domain was completely destroyed. The remaining undying plague was not as powerful as before, but it still broke through the layers of defense set up by Dark Frost and entered Dark Frost's body. Dark Frost's face was a little pale at that moment, but the corner of her mouth hung a smile that only a victor would have. She had been waiting for this moment. When night fell, the opponent would use his trump card because of the increase in strength. At that time, she could take advantage of the opponent's underestimation and kill him in one blow. The undying king had indeed underestimated his opponent. At that moment, he wanted to take advantage of the undying plague's influence on Dark Frost to kill Dark Frost. His body approached Dark Frost, and his huge claws slapped the girl's head, wanting to smash it into pieces. Die. Soul-sealing chain. Kill. A pitch-black chain suddenly appeared behind the undying king. It turned into a pitch-black ray and instantly pierced through the undying king's head. This move was very quiet, but its power and speed were terrifying to the extreme. It should also be a king-class martial skill, and also the inheritance of the Soul Emperor. Ling Xiao simply wanted to clap his hands and cheer. Dark Frost's attack this time was chosen at the perfect time. The undying king's body became bigger, and his movements were not as agile as before. There was no way to dodge. His head shattered in an instant, but the undying king was still an undying king. The moment his head shattered, his claws still slapped down. Chapter 3364. The headless undead king swiped his claw at Dark Frost's head. However, Dark Frost's head tilted to the side, and the claw slammed into her, turning her body into a bloody mess. She could even hear the sound of bones breaking. Dark Frost's face turned pale. Coupled with the effects of the undead plague, Dark Frost's body was no longer under her control. She fell from the sky. Countless zombies and undead were waiting for her. They were waiting to tear Dark Frost to shreds. However, the undead king didn't fall. Although he seemed to be in great pain, he was still struggling in the sky. But one thing was for sure. His head was shattered, and his body was seriously injured, but his life crystal wasn't destroyed. That meant he wasn't dead. I can't believe I couldn't kill this monster even after using all my power. Whatever. If I die, I die. There's no point in living anyway. Dark Frost sighed, helplessly as she looked at the undead king's condition. She knew that she wasn't lucky enough to kill the undead king. If she fell from the sky like this, she would definitely die. However, she didn't seem to be in any pain. Instead, she closed her eyes. Whoosh! A beam of golden light shot up into the air, grabbed Ming Shuang, and quickly fled. It was so fast that even the 9th-level life-seizers were shocked. It's too early to talk about death. Ming Shuang heard the voice and vaguely saw the face of the person who had saved her. How could it be him? Dark Frost would never have dreamed that someone would come to save her. For someone like her, no one would feel sorry for her if she died. She also didn't expect that her savior would be the weakling she had despised outside the door of the god tomb. She struggled to get to her feet, but the pain caused her soul to be torn apart, and she fainted. This girl is really strong. If she also had the Tai Chi eye, she would have been able to kill the undying king with just the soul-sealing chain. Ling Xiao sighed. The undead king's cultivation base was clearly higher than Dark Frost's. However, Dark Frost had displayed an incomparably powerful and intelligent combat style. He was so close to winning. After using the Earth-crossing golden light technique to save Ming Shuang, Ling Xiao fled for a long time. After confirming that there were no enemies around, he finally found a safe cave and entered it. He took out a bed from his storage ring and placed Dark Frost on it. Then he went outside the cave and set up a temporary array, the 10,000 Beasts' Blood refining array. There was also an illusion array. Then he activated his spirit formation, martial spirit. This way, even if monsters were to chase after him, they would not be able to easily discover him. Moreover, the 10,000 Beasts' Blood refining formation could also turn those monsters into the energy source for his counterattack. After doing all this, Ling Xiao returned to the cave. Looking at Dark Frost, who was lying on the bed with her eyes closed, he couldn't help but sigh. She's still a child. Such a big child. Should have enjoyed the fun of childhood. Yet he was captured by Soul Palace and trained into a devil-like existence. Pitiful. No wonder he didn't feel any pain, even if he died. Perhaps to her, death is a form of release. No, I have to treat her immediately. Otherwise, she will really die. Seeing that the left side of the girl's body was almost completely shattered, her miserable appearance made one's heart ache. Fortunately, he was an apothecary and had the immemorial nature dragon martial spirit in his body. Although he had not used the dragon martial spirit for a long time, it was only because he did not have a suitable martial skill to complement it. It was not that the dragon martial spirit was useless. The immemorial nature dragon martial spirit should have no problem treating this kind of external injury. Coupled with the medicinal pills that he had refined, it should be enough to cure her. After thinking about it, Ling Xiao summoned the immemorial nature dragon. The green nature dragon appeared. Rays of green light enveloped the girl. The left side of her body that was already badly mutilated was quickly healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this moment, the girl suddenly opened her eyes. There was a murderous intent in her cold eyes. "Why did you save me?" the girl asked. "I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. Shut up and wait until the treatment is over." Ling Xiao acted very domineering. In the end, the other party was just a little girl. Although she was very strong, her thinking was not that mature. Moreover, she was seriously injured and was no match for him. Most importantly, he could sense that the girl's body had been tormented by the undying plague. Even if the external injury was healed, it would not be a threat to him. "You dare to yell at me?" Dark Frost was stunned. Ever since she became the master of Soul Hall, no one dared to yell at her like this. "Shut up." Ling Xiao did not waste time talking nonsense with her and continued with the treatment. After spending a full 3 hours, the girl's external injury was finally healed. However, he was so tired that he lay on the ground. "Aren't you afraid that I will kill you?" The girl walked over and grabbed Ling Xiao's collar with her slender hand and said coldly, "Is this how you treat your savior? Do you think that there are no good people in this world because those people from Soul Hall are not good people?" Ling Xiao did not resist and let her grab his collar as he said coldly, "Is that not the case? You saved me because you want me to repay your kindness." Dark Frost shouted. She thought of her previous encounters and was in a bad mood. You can get lost after your injury is healed, and we will be strangers from now on. Ling Xiao mocked. I want you to repay your kindness? How can you repay me? In your current situation, it's hard to say if you can even walk out of here. Dark Frost looked at Ling Xiao and finally let go of his collar. Then she burst into tears. No one dared to scold her like this, although many people slandered and mocked her behind her back. At least no one dared to speak to her like this in front of her. However, for some reason, when she heard Ling Xiao's words, her frozen heart actually began to melt. Sigh, I'm most afraid of girls crying. Ling Xiao sighed and simply sat to the side to recover his strength, ignoring Dark Frost. He knew that she would not kill him. Although this girl had been treated very cruelly, deep down, she was still very kind and cute. Otherwise, she would not have risked her life to avenge her subordinates alone. Anyway, he had seen this kind of people who would not do such ungrateful things. Dark Frost cried for a full half an hour before her sobs gradually subsided. Ling Xiao had also completely recovered his strength and inner strength. Are you really not afraid that I will kill you? Everyone thinks that I am a monster and is unwilling to get close to me. Dark Frost gradually stopped crying and asked, I am afraid. Ling Xiao said indifferently, but I can't just leave you to die because I am afraid. Moreover, in my eyes, other than your strength, you are just a little girl with a tragic fate. Sigh, let's not talk about this. The undying plague in your body needs to be dealt with immediately. Otherwise, your cultivation will not be able to recover. Don't worry about me. I don't want to go back anyway. That cold, cruel place without any warmth. Dark Frost hugged her head, looking very frightened. Chapter 3365. As long as one is alive, there is hope, isn't there? Ling Xiao glanced at Dark Frost and sighed. I know what you went through. My childhood might not have been as tragic as yours, but it wasn't that great either. I used to be a little beggar who was bullied at will. Even if I was beaten to death, no one would care. I had to work hard every day just to have a bite to eat. However, I never despaired because I knew that as long as I was alive, there was hope. You are very strong, and you survived the cruel torture. Why don't you live well? Let those who laugh at you see that you are happier than them. That's all I have to say. Think about it yourself. After saying that, Ling Xiao walked out of the cave. There were traces of monster activity everywhere outside the cave, and it was obvious that someone was commanding them. Ling Xiao guessed that the Undying King was really angry because he had almost been killed by Dark Frost, so he was searching every nook and cranny of the place. However, this place was heavily guarded by him, so the monsters never discovered the existence of the cave. Why don't you leave? You have already saved her anyway. Why bother if she doesn't want to live anymore? The Yuan Venerate asked as he flew out of Ling Xiao's body. Save her until the end. Besides, she is a powerhouse of the reincarnation divine grade. If you can build a good relationship with her, wasting some time is nothing. The power of one person is ultimately not enough. Look at Dark Frost. Isn't she strong enough? No, she still needs me to save her. It's the same for me. I can't always be safe and sound. It would be good if someone came to save her at this time. I still believe that the nature of that girl is better than most people, even after experiencing the cruel torture. That's still the case. Ling Xiao chuckled. Do you really have a way to help me? Suddenly, Dark Frost appeared at the entrance of the cave. Ling Xiao didn't know if it was an illusion, but he actually saw a blush on her little face. It must be an illusion. Ling Xiao shook his head. This girl was as cold as ice. How could it be? Of course. Ling Xiao nodded. All right, I'll accept your treatment. regardless of whether you need it or not. Since you've saved me, I owe you a favor. I'll definitely repay you in the future." Dark Frost added, "All right." Ling Xiao was not a pretentious person. It was definitely a good thing to be able to make an expert owe him a favor while saving a life. He would never refuse. After entering the cave, Ling Xiao placed his hand on Dark Frost's weak back. He didn't know much about the undead plague. Therefore, he needed to do some analysis first. Do not resist, no matter what happens. Ling Xiao reminded. "I know." Ming Shuang said with a nod. If Ling Xiao wanted to kill her, he could have done it a long time ago. He wouldn't have waited until now. Therefore, she had nothing to worry about. Seeing that Dark Frost was so cooperative, Ling Xiao was in a good mood. If he had met someone who would nag even if you saved her, Ling Xiao would never save her. He wasn't a masochist. After more than 10 minutes of analysis, Ling Xiao basically confirmed the composition of the undead plague. It was very similar to his bloodthirsty plague. They were both powerful germs. However, the difference was that the bloodthirsty plague absorbed the opponent's blood and inner strength. The undead plague, on the other hand, destroyed the opponent's blood and muscles in all directions. After understanding the principle, it was easier to remove it. From the Tianlong continent to the Xuanwu continent, Ling Xiao's medical skills were getting stronger and stronger. He used his trait of not being afraid of poison and transformed into the Nine-Snake General to forcefully extract the undead plague. This process only took an hour to complete. All right, next, I'll prepare some medicine for you. After using it, your body will slowly recover. Your strength will be the same as well. Ling Xiao wiped the sweat off his forehead and let out a long sigh. The treatment this time was not completely without benefits. Other than gaining Dark Frost's favor, the biggest gain was that his nine-snake poison domain had an additional poison, the undead plague. This was a virus that could create zombies and even immortals. Furthermore, the zombies and immortals created would listen to his commands. "Are you a doctor?" Dark Frost asked curiously. "You can say that." Ling Xiao nodded. "I also know a doctor. He is the best doctor in Seoul Hall. Even in the entire Western region, no one can compare to him. If you want to become his disciple, I can introduce you to him." Dark Frost said, all of a sudden, "There's no need for that. I already have a master." Ling Xiao didn't believe that there would be someone more outstanding than a Yuan Venerate in terms of medicine in this world. Even the so-called #1 in the Western region couldn't compare to him. Dark Frost was stunned when she heard Ling Xiao's words. She wanted to repay a debt of gratitude. Who knew how many people dreamed of becoming that doctor's disciple? Ling Xiao had actually rejected her. Didn't he ask how powerful that person was? "Are you sure? The person I'm talking about is definitely more powerful than your master." Dark Frost said, "He might not be as powerful as me, let alone my master. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. I'm going to prepare the medicine." Dark Frost swallowed her words back into her stomach. This was the first time someone had dared to stop her from speaking. In the next few days, Ling Xiao took care of Dark Frost. He also went out to look for medicinal herbs. The two of them had been together for a long time, so their relationship had naturally warmed up. Dark Frost had changed the most. In the past, she would absolutely disdain to talk to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao still remembered her cold and aloof demeanor. However, she seemed very familiar with him now. That aloof demeanor that kept people thousands of miles away seemed to have gradually disappeared in front of Ling Xiao. Instead, she felt like a little girl next door. Ling Xiao liked this feeling very much. 2 days later, Ling Xiao returned from outside and found Dark Frost lying there covered in blood. Although it was all external injuries, he was still very angry. "You went out. His face was a little gloomy. I can't always owe you a favor. I have to speed up the recovery of my strength through battle. Dark Frost's little face that was covered in blood was stubborn. Bullshit. Am I the doctor or are you the doctor? Originally, if you had listened to me and recuperated well, your strength would have completely recovered in less than 5 days. But now, everything has to start all over again. You have to delay another 3 days just to recuperate. Brainless. Ling Xiao was a little angry, and his words were not pleasant to hear. You dare to scold me? Dark Frost frowned. So what if I scold you? Are you going to wait until you recover to kill me? Ling Xiao said coldly. Stay here and don't move. Tell me what monster injured you. I have to find suitable blood to refine medicine. She was startled by Ling Xiao's cold voice. Dark Frost actually said, honestly, it's a blood drinker with a huge tail. After saying that, she realized that she was actually so obedient to this Ling Xiao. Okay, you wait. Ling Xiao turned and left. Chapter 3366. Dark Frost wanted to be angry, but she couldn't get angry at all. She knew that Ling Xiao scolded and reprimanded her for her own good. Perhaps in Ling Xiao's eyes, she was just a 12 or 13-year-old girl. She wasn't some high and mighty soul hall master. Seeing Ling Xiao go out, Dark Frost struggled to get up and nervously listened to the sounds outside. Loud roars kept coming. It was the roar of the blood drinker. Dark Frost was very nervous. She clenched her small fists and gritted her teeth. If you dare to hurt him, I'll make all the mutant creatures in the meteorite area pay with their lives. She had never cared so much about someone. She had never been cared for so much by someone. Her small heart had long been filled with that person's shadow. Although she didn't want to admit it, she really wanted to call Ling Xiao brother. She was betrayed by her parents, and only her brother didn't leave her. However, her brother died in the cruel punishment of Soul Hall. For her, her brother was the closest person. She could treat Ling Xiao as her brother, which meant that she really trusted and cared about Ling Xiao. Just as she was thinking about this, a figure suddenly rushed in from outside. It was Ling Xiao. Brother, are you okay? Dark Frost was anxious and shouted out the words in her heart. I'm fine. Ling Xiao didn't think there was anything wrong. Was it strange for a 12 or 13-year-old girl to call him brother? It's okay. I've already taken the things back. Next, I'll treat you. Speaking up to hear, Ling Xiao suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His vision turned black, and he fainted. However, he didn't fall to the ground. Instead, Dark Frost caught him. I'm fine. I'll be fine after some rest. You should use the medicine to stop the bleeding first. I'll help you refine the medicine to remove the bacteria later. After a while, Ling Xiao woke up. In the battle just now, the bloodthirster was too strong. Ling Xiao had fought with his life on the line. Due to the huge difference in their strength, even though he was able to get some of the other party's blood, he was still severely injured. It was already good enough that he was able to make it back. Most importantly, his king-tier black, tortoise divine body and immemorial nature dragon soul both had the ability to heal themselves. After resting for a while, his body should be more or less recovered. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have been injured. I really am a jinx. Dark Frost's expression became very ugly, as if she had thought of something that terrified her. Dark Frost, look at me, look into my eyes. Ling Xiao grabbed Dark Frost's head and forced her to look at him. I don't care what those people thought of you in the past. Today's matter is not as serious as you think. You just wanted to recover as soon as possible, and I forgot to remind you that I'm also at fault. Don't carry everything on your back. Living like that will be very tiring. You really won't blame me? Dark Frost asked pitifully. This child, she had never had such an expression before. Of course I will. In the future, you have to listen to me. You're not allowed to go out. When you recover, you can do whatever you want. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. Okay, I'll listen to you. I'll listen to you, Dark Frost said, as she wiped her tears. I'm so tired. I'll sleep for a while. Ling Xiao finally couldn't hold on anymore and fell to the ground. He didn't know how long he had been unconscious for, but when he opened his eyes, he saw Dark Frost brewing medicine. This little girl's ability to brew medicine was not small. It was obvious that she had done a lot of work since she was young. Her parents probably didn't love her very much. Big brother, you're awake? Hurry up and drink this medicine. I also know a little about medicine. This is good for treating internal injuries. Dark Frost looked at Ling Xiao eagerly. To be honest, Ling Xiao didn't want to drink it, because after his own treatment, he was basically healed. But looking at the medicine that the little girl had painstakingly brewed, it didn't seem right not to drink it. After thinking for a while, he took the medicine and drank it. It's so bitter. Ha! The medicine elder said that good medicine is bitter. Dark Frost said with a smile. Although the two of them were injured, the small cave was filled with laughter and chatter. 5 days later, Dark Frost completely recovered her strength. However, Ling Xiao's cultivation hadn't recovered yet. Because he forced himself to use the bloody rat, it was impossible to rely on cultivation alone. He must have a medicine as an auxiliary. Unfortunately, until now, he hadn't found any auxiliary medicine. So his cultivation fell into a stagnant state. You're too weak to survive alone in the meteorite area. Come with me to the green area. Dark Frost looked at Ling Xiao and said, Green area? Yes, it's the only safe place in the meteorite area. For some reason, it seems that the monsters in the meteorite area can't enter that area. The germs can't spread there either. Our soul hall occupies the green area. Dark Frost replied, Okay, I'll go with you. Ling Xiao thought for a while. Although the green area wasn't a city, it was a real safe area. There must be warriors trading herbs there. Even if there wasn't, the master of Soul Hall should be able to get some herbs for him. Anyway, they were just ordinary herbs that weren't worth much. Brother, don't tell anyone what happened here. The situation of Soul Hall is more complicated than you think. I'm afraid that someone will make an issue out of it. Also, in the green area, I can only protect you in secret. On the surface, I can only treat you as my savior. I'll tell the people of Soul Hall that only you can remove the germs in my body. This way, you'll be even safer. On the way, Dark Frost reminded Ling Xiao. In fact, Ling Xiao had thought about this a long time ago. Although Dark Frost was powerful, she was only a 12-year-old girl. How could she rule Soul Hall? There must be a real ruler in Soul Hall. To put it bluntly, Dark Frost was just a hired thug. But no matter what, he could be sure that Dark Frost could still provide him with some protection. At the very least, if Soul Hall didn't want Dark Frost to die, they wouldn't attack him. I know. Under Dark Frost's lead, the two quickly approached the green area. The so-called green area was actually a slightly larger campsite. It was surrounded by fences. There were many tents and temporary wooden huts, straw huts, and the like. There were monster activities around the green area. But strangely, these monsters didn't even take half a step closer to the green area. They would even stay far away. When they approached the green area, there were already people who noticed them first. There was a watchtower built in the green area that allowed one to see very far. There was probably no one in Soul Hall who didn't recognize Dark Frost. A moment later, a group of people charged out of the green area. On the way to the green area, there were many monsters, and they weren't weak. Soul Hall had always had people in charge of clearing the path. But this time, they were here to welcome their hall master. Chapter 3367. Remember what I said? She said, "Don't get too close." Ming Shuang also noticed that someone had come out and reminded him again. "Don't worry, I understand." Ling Xiao nodded. Even as the words left his mouth, the newcomers appeared in front of him. There were more than 10 of them, all of them wearing the uniform of the Hall of Souls. However, the strange thing was that these people had 2 different uniforms. One was black, the other was white. Darkfrost had told him that the Hall of Souls was divided into the inner sanctum and the outer sanctum. The inner sanctum was a member of the Hall of Souls. As for the outer sanctum, they had all been selected through harsh and cruel methods. Therefore, the inner sanctum had a higher status, while the outer sanctum was filled with hired thugs. Not even the Lord of the Hall of Souls could escape such a fate. As for how the Hall of Souls managed to control the Lord of the Hall of Souls, it was impossible to say. "Hall Master," said a magnetic voice from within the crowd. Ling Xiao looked up. It was a young man who appeared to be about 20 years old. He was dressed in black and was quite handsome. From the look of it, he was from the inner sanctum. Of course, that wasn't what Ling Xiao was concerned about, but rather how strong he was. From what he could tell, he was in the 9th division of the life-seizing level, roughly on the same level as the Koi King. Although he wasn't completely sure, he could tell from his aura. "He's called Yama," she said. "He's very strong, second only to me in the 9th division of the life-seizing level. There are 4 kings in the myriad kingdoms, and 3 devils in the Hall of Souls. All of them are in the 9th division of the life-seizing level." Darkfrost gave Ling Xiao a brief introduction. Ling Xiao nodded slightly. It seemed his guess had been correct. Considering that this young man was called Yama, he was definitely one of the strongest of the 3 devils. By this point, Yama had reached Darkfrost. Looking concerned, he said, "Hall Master, you left the green zone without saying a word. You scared the hell out of us. It's been days, and both the inner sanctum and the outer sanctum have been searching for you. Thankfully, you're back. It's good that you're fine." She could tell that Yama seemed to have a special feeling for Darkfrost. He seemed to be very concerned about her. "Sorry for making you guys worry. I'm fine. I'm just heading to Star City to fight the Undead King. In the end, he lost. There were some things that happened later. We can talk about the details when we get back. This is not the place to talk." When Darkfrost faced other people, including this Yama, she had a cold expression on her face. She didn't look happy at all. The palace master actually lost to the Undead King. Yama was shocked. In their hearts, although this little girl was not smart enough, her strength was definitely one of the best in the Western region. Other than Dragon Mother, who else could be her opponent? He had actually lost to the Undead King. How terrifying was the strength of the Undead King? Surprised, he suddenly looked at Ling Xiao. His originally concerned eyes instantly turned cold and vicious. As expected of one of the 3 devils, this person was truly devilish. He didn't even ask any questions, and instead unleashed a powerful aura on Ling Xiao. Obviously, that was the way to deal with an enemy. From what Ling Xiao could tell, it was something a male demonling would do to protect his territory. "What are you doing here, boy? Why are you with the palace master?" His tone was clearly interrogative. Ling Xiao didn't like it. "Nonsense," Yangqi said. "Shouldn't you be asking your palace master that question?" Ling Xiao wasn't happy, so it was only natural that his tone wasn't pleasant. Yama was taken aback by Ling Xiao's words. Never could he have guessed that a piece of trash in the 5th division of life-seizing would dare to talk back to him. "Are you looking to die?" Yama said, preparing to attack. "Enough." At this moment, Ming Shuang spoke. I was heavily injured by the undying king, and he saved me. Don't let him laugh at the Soul Hall for not knowing how to repay kindness." Her voice was as cold as ever. "I don't believe you." Yama said, "He's a measly 5th Division life-sizer. In the domain of the falling stars. If it weren't for your protection, he'd be dead by now. Don't worry, Palace Master. It doesn't matter what information he has on you, Yama will get it back for you." Yang Qi's words were getting more and more outrageous. From the look in his eyes, it was clear that he viewed Ling Xiao as an enemy. In response, Ling Xiao's eyes grew even colder. Yama obviously had a high position in the Soul Hall. If he dared to disobey the orders of the Palace Master, then he obviously had someone backing him. But even if that was the case, so what? Did Ling Xiao really deserve to be cursed at? Did he deserve to be humiliated? Looking coldly at Yama, he said, "I've long since heard that the inner sanctum of the Soul Hall is arrogant. I never would have guessed that you would be so lacking in manners. I saved your Palace Master. I don't expect anything in return, but at the very least, treat him nicely. With your current attitude, you've truly lost all of Soul Palace's face." Yama's jaw dropped. Never could he have guessed that this person in front of him would be so arrogant. Normally speaking, 5th Division life-seizers would be so terrified that they would drop to their knees. But not only did this person refuse to kneel, he even tried to reason with him and even mocked him. No one in the Soul Hall had ever dared to speak to him like that. Even in the Western domain, it was rare to find someone who dared to speak to him in such a manner, even if they had a cultivation base no lower than his. What was wrong with this piece of trash? Yang Qi's expression darkened. A terrifying aura surged toward Ling Xiao like a ferocious beast. And yet, Ling Xiao just stood there, unmoving. What did he have to fear? He had killed the Mirror Devil King. He had almost killed the Koi King. He had played the Dragon Shark King. The Yama Devil's strength was only on par with the other three, and he wasn't much stronger than them. Was he really worth being afraid of? "It seems you really don't know how strong I, Yama, am." Yama's killing intent grew even stronger. "Of course I do," Yang Qi said. "You really are strong when it comes to being unreasonable and disrespectful." Ling Xiao sneered. "Are you looking to die?" Yama didn't hesitate to attack Ling Xiao. However, before he could do anything, Dark Frost sent him flying back with a palm strike. Dark Frost's palm strike was perfect. It didn't injure Yama, and it also sent Yama flying. It went to show how adept she was at controlling her strength. "Sect Mistress, you," Yama said, stunned. He couldn't believe that Dark Frost would protect this man. "I've said it before, he's my savior." Dark Frost said coldly, "Remember this, Yama, you might be an Inner Hall disciple, but I'm the Sect Mistress. You even dared to kill my savior. Are you looking down on me, the Palace Master?" The Sect Mistress was still the Sect Mistress, although the Inner Hall had ways to suppress the Sect Mistress. Under normal circumstances, no one would easily offend such a powerful Sect Mistress, unless there was something wrong with their brains. Seeing that Dark Frost was really angry, only then did the Yama demon curb his anger. However, he was still very unhappy. How could he be happy to be humiliated by a piece of trash? Chapter 3368. Usually, Yama and Dark Frost were the closest. Basically, Dark Frost had never refuted what he said. After all, he represented the highest elder of the Inner Hall, Yan Shifeng, who was his grandfather. Under normal circumstances, this temple master would not dare to refute him. Who knew that today, the temple master was so overbearing that he dared to touch him? For an outsider, how could he not be angry? Although he was angry, he did not show it on his face. After all, the other party was the temple master, the strongest fighter of the Inner Hall. In this Archean divine tomb, it was really impossible to do without dark frost. Thinking of this, he suppressed his anger and walked to the green zone with the others to protect dark frost. Seeing that Ling Xiao had been following dark frost, Yama's face darkened again. Since the temple master is fine, you can leave. I won't ask you what you did to the temple master. You have to know your own limits. Yama suddenly said, "Shut up." Dark Frost was really angry at this time. She was afraid that Ling Xiao would turn and leave because he was unhappy, and with Ling Xiao's temper, the possibility of that was still very high. Mr. Ling still wants to carry out follow-up treatment on me. You want me to die? Temple Master, with the medicine elder here, why do we need this kid? Yama frowned and said, "The medicine elder is the best doctor in the Western region. He knows my situation better, and I was poisoned by the king of the undead. He helped me suppress it. Besides, with 2 doctors, isn't it more foolproof? Do you want me to die early?" Darkfrost said coldly, "I don't dare." Yama glanced at Ling Xiao and sneered in his heart. A 16 or 17-year-old trash actually pretended to be a doctor to deceive people. See if I don't expose your mask. When we reach the green zone, I'll take the time to deal with you. Thinking of this, he stopped talking nonsense. The group walked all the way to the green zone. Sure enough, this place felt different from other places. Ling Xiao felt that the air here was much fresher, and even the water was very clear. Unlike the other parts of the domain of the falling stars, which were almost all pitch black and blood red. Even so, the green zone was still very simple and crude. It was not as prosperous as the cities. Ling Xiao didn't understand why the Soul Hall had chosen to stay in a place like the meteorite area. Could there really be a 7-star combat emperor's imperial tomb in this place? After entering the green zone, Yama left with several inner hall martial artists and Dark Frost. As for Ling Xiao, he was brought to a temporary tent by a few outer hall martial artists to rest. Ling Xiao couldn't stay idle, so he went to the market in the green zone. Sure enough, it didn't disappoint him. There really were the herbs he needed here. However, when he was asked about the price of the herbs, his expression turned ugly. "How much did you say?" This stalk of silver thread grass was only worth 100 low-grade spirit stones in the Western region. Although it's a little more expensive in the immemorial divine tomb, it shouldn't increase by 100,000 times. Ling Xiao looked at the herb merchant with an ugly expression. It wasn't that he couldn't afford 1 million low-grade spirit stones or 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones, but he really didn't want to be cheated by these black-hearted merchants. "It's up to you whether you want it or not. To tell you the truth, if you're a Soul Hall martial artist, I only need 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. But you're not, so 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones." The herb merchant sneered. "I see." Ling Xiao smiled. Since it was like this, it was easy to deal with. At worst, he could ask Dark Frost to buy it for him, so that he wouldn't be cheated. Thinking of this, he turned around and was about to leave. Unexpectedly, he was stopped by the herb merchant. "If you don't buy my herbs after touching them, who else wants them? Hurry up and pay. For sale." Ling Xiao frowned. He had traveled extensively, and this was the 4th continent. It was not unheard of for him to encounter forced sales. However, it was the first time in the immemorial divine tomb. "So what if I force you to sell me? You piece of trash, you sullied my medicinal plants. Hurry up and pay up." The herb merchant was clearly being very domineering. "So what if I don't buy them?" Ling Xiao said coldly. "You don't want to buy them? Well, you'll have to ask this saber of mine first." The herb merchant pulled out a huge saber, which was actually a mortal-grade emperor weapon. He was only a 7th division life-sizer, and yet he had a mortal-grade emperor weapon. The Soul Hall really was rich. "Why don't you give it a try?" Ling Xiao said coldly. Hey, I've really met a stubborn fellow today. Good, very good. Since you want to die, I'll help you out. In the immemorial divine tomb, killing people was a common occurrence. Although they were in the green zone, it wasn't a problem for the Soul Hall to kill an outsider. Without any hesitation, the herb merchant brandished his saber. As far as he was concerned, he was a 7th Division life-sizer, while his opponent was only a 5th Division life-sizer. How could he possibly be a match for him? However, the result was very different from what he had expected. Ling Xiao moved with incredible agility. Before the saber could even reach him, he had already dodged out of the way. The saber slammed into the ground, causing a huge fissure to appear. However, in the blink of an eye, the fissure healed itself. Ling Xiao said, his jaw dropping. There was something strange about the green zone. He had never seen anything like this before. Even after being damaged, the ground healed itself. Well, you're pretty nimble, aren't you, kid? The herb merchant was even more surprised than before. You'd better stay your hand. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless. Ling Xiao had only just arrived in the green zone and didn't want to kill anyone. Therefore, he simply dodged and didn't fight back. However, if this guy didn't know what was good for him and tried to kill him, then he wouldn't be polite. Ha, let's see how merciless you are. The herb merchant chuckled coldly. Obviously, he wasn't going to be intimidated by Ling Xiao's warning. Are you looking to die? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed coldly as he transformed into his unbounded heavenly rat. Then, his body flickered as he grabbed the herb merchant by the neck and lifted him off the ground. As for the saber, it was easily crushed by his claws. What? How could this be? The herb merchant was scared out of his wits. Everyone else in the area was also stunned. Although they had noticed what was going on earlier, they had simply laughed it off. After all, they couldn't be bothered to care if someone from the Hall of Souls killed an outsider. Furthermore, a piece of trash in the 5th stratum of life seizing had dared to show off. Wasn't that just asking to be killed? Who could have guessed that things would turn out this way? This kid isn't bad. I heard he came back with the Hall Master. That's interesting. That herb merchant works for the Medicine Elder. He's one of the 3 devils, so he's also known as the Medicine Devil. Now that he's offended the Medicine Devil, I'm afraid he won't have an easy time. Yeah, after all, the Medicine Devil is an elder of the Inner Hall. His position is probably higher than the Hall Master's. The group of people discussed fervently, and Ling Xiao also learned the identity of this herb merchant from them. No wonder he was so arrogant and domineering. He had the backing of one of the 3 devils, the Medicine Devil. Did you hear that? I work for the Medicine Devil. If you dare to touch me, I'll kill you. Chapter 3369. Idiot! Ling Xiao didn't hesitate at all. Instead, he tightened his grip. The herbalist's neck snapped. I don't care who your backer is. If you dare to kill me, I'll kill you. Chuckling coldly, Ling Xiao took the herbalist's medicinal plants and left. Once he was far away, the onlookers began to recover from their shock. Are you kidding me? How could that brat be so arrogant? He actually dared to kill someone from the exalted Medicine Devil. Maybe it's because the pontiff is protecting him. Some people were speculating. In any case, it's a fight between immortals. Mortals like us shouldn't get involved. If we do, we'll all die. Many of the onlookers were neutral martial artists. Although they were from the Soul Hall, they weren't core martial artists. Without the protection of the Soul Hall, they had no obligation to do anything for it. After returning to his tent, Ling Xiao began to concoct a medicinal pill. He had all the ingredients he needed. Once he finished concocting the pill, he would be able to begin his cultivation. In the end, strength was the most important thing. In places like the Western Domain, where there were rules and regulations, few people would reason with you. That was even more true in a place like the Archean god Necropolis, a forbidden zone of death. Did you need a reason to kill someone? At the very least, you didn't need one here. After half an hour, Ling Xiao finished concocting the pill and popped it into his mouth. His cultivation base, which had been stagnant for some time, began to recover. He had fought many battles in the past, and his cultivation base had long since been filled to the brim. The only reason he hadn't been able to break through was because of the negative side effects of the Bloodshrike Devil. 3 minutes after taking the pill, his cultivation base was back to the 6th stratum of the life-seizing level. He was at the level where he could fight the Koi King and the others. Just as he was about to resume his cultivation, someone approached him from outside his tent. It was none other than Yama. "I heard you killed someone in the marketplace," Yama asked coldly. "I did," Ling Xiao replied casually. "How dare you kill someone in the green zone? And a core martial artist from the Soul Hall at that. Shouldn't you say something?" Yama said angrily. "Say what?" "Say that he forced me to sell something and tried to kill me, but was killed by me instead? Or should I apologize in front of you?" Ling Xiao mocked. "What a bunch of nonsense. How can my Soul Hall cultivators force a sale?" Yama said coldly. "Humph." Ling Xiao coldly snorted and laughed. "That's right. Your Soul Palace's martial artists are all born saints. Every one of you is incomparably holy and righteous. You are simply untainted white lotuses that emerge from the mud. You dare to mock us?" Yama's frown deepened. "Sarcasm? I wouldn't dare. Didn't you tell me to say that?" Ling Xiao smiled and said, "I'm afraid that Lord Yama didn't come to my little tent personally for this kind of trivial matter, right? Tell me, is the hall master looking for me?" "You're not stupid after all," Yama said coldly. "Let's go. The hall master, the inner hall, and the outer hall are all waiting to see you. Didn't you brag about your medical skills? They all want to see you, the divine doctor." Yama sneered in his heart. He didn't believe that Ling Xiao knew any medical skills at all. He even suspected that Dark Frost had said that purely to protect Ling Xiao. In front of the inner hall and outer hall's upper echelons, he believed that this brat would not dare to lie. Even if this brat was truly audacious and full of lies, with the medicine demon present, could he deceive them? Therefore, it was his suggestion to invite Ling Xiao to explain the problem. He had to tear off this brat's mask of hypocrisy. "Let's go." Ling Xiao stood up and said. The new daughter-in-law also wanted to see her in-laws. He wanted to see what kind of tiger's den this Soul Hall was. He had even experienced Dark Frost's most terrifying state. So what if the others were terrifying? He had even killed the Mirror Demon King and seriously injured the Koi King. What was there to be afraid of? Besides, wasn't there still Dark Frost? Even if she couldn't help him openly, creating an opportunity for him to escape would be no problem. Therefore, there was no need to worry about this matter. "Are you sure you want to go?" Yama was stunned. He thought that Ling Xiao, Mr. Nangua, wouldn't dare to go. He didn't expect this brat to not resist at all. Was he relying on Dark Frost's help? "Brat, you're too naive. In such a situation, even Dark Frost can't help you. Brat, just wait for your bad luck." Yama didn't waste any more words and walked in front. Ling Xiao followed behind. The two of them headed to the temporary headquarters of Soul Hall. There was a temporary palace in the green zone. It wasn't magnificent, but it was definitely majestic. Ling Xiao guessed that someone must have a storage ring, at least at the level of a precious emperor artifact, to be able to store such a huge building. This building was very eye-catching in the green zone. It wasn't big, only about 1% the size of Star City. But compared to the tents and temporary wooden huts, it was much better. The security here was the strictest, with white-robed outer sanctum martial artists on the perimeter. Even the weakest of them was in the 7th stage of life seizing. Inside, the guards were replaced by black-robed, inner sanctum martial artists. Although their cultivation bases were similar to the outer sanctum martial artists, it was clear that they had a higher status. Furthermore, they were trusted by the leaders of Seoul Hall. The inside of the building was no different from the other palaces. What Ling Xiao was most concerned about were the 2 terrifying auras in the depths of the palace. One of them was very familiar to Ling Xiao. It belonged to the leader of Seoul Hall, Dark Frost. As for the other aura, it was very unfamiliar. Compared to Dark Frost's aura, it was purer and more experienced. However, in terms of strength, they were about the same. In addition to these 2 powerful auras, there were 2 others that were on the same level as Yama. They were probably the other 2 of Seoul Hall's 3 devils. One of them was Medicine Devil. Who was the other one? As soon as Ling Xiao stepped into the palace, he sensed several powerful auras pouncing on him. They were unceremoniously probing him. It was as if they wanted to see through him. However, if they wanted to rely on auras to make him submit, it was impossible. His martial soul was the heaven-dominating martial soul. It was the most domineering and powerful martial soul in the world. No one could make him kneel in front of pure auras, unless they attacked directly. In the face of these auras, Ling Xiao's footsteps were a little heavy. Thus, he simply stopped and smiled faintly. I thought that Yama was the only one in Seoul Palace who didn't understand etiquette. It turns out that this is a problem with all of you. You don't welcome me? Fine, I'll leave. Ling Xiao didn't feel the slightest bit of fear when facing the leaders of Seoul Hall. Truth be told, other than Dark Frost and the old man with the same aura as Dark Frost, there was no one else present. He wasn't afraid of the others. Everyone in the palace was stunned when they heard Ling Xiao's words. They had heard from Yama that this young man was a troublemaker. They didn't expect it to be true. Retract your auras. You're a guest. Don't mess around. Chapter 3370. Dark Frost had already introduced the powerful old man to Ling Xiao. He was the prime elder of the inner sanctum and the true leader of the Seoul Hall. His name was Yen Shifeng, and he was Yama's grandfather. Hearing Yen Shifeng's words, everyone retracted their auras. Ling Xiao began to walk forward. He didn't really want to leave, as there was no need to. There were some things that needed to be dealt with. If he could stay in the green zone and cultivate, that would be perfect. Even if it's Wangua, it's impossible to send people here to capture him. Under the watchful eyes of the powerhouses, Ling Xiao stood there calmly, with a faint smile on his face. Greetings, Hallmaster of the Seoul Hall. Greetings, esteemed members of the Seoul Hall. He first cupped his hands at Ming Shuang, then cupped his hands at the experts around him as a form of greeting. Although Yen Shifeng looked old, his eyes shone with a sharp aura. Ling Xiao was certain that if he tried to do anything improper, the old man would be the first to notice. Reincarnation God realm martial artists were truly terrifying. The Seoul Hall had 2 reincarnation God realm martial artists and 3 9th stage life seizers. No wonder the other organizations were so afraid of them. However, Ling Xiao also thought of another possibility. Perhaps the true experts of the League of Vengeance and the Celestial Dynasty had yet to show themselves. The people who had appeared on the surface were just pawns. Otherwise, given their strength, they wouldn't be able to stand up to the myriad kingdoms and the Seoul Hall. Back when he had first arrived in the Sword Dynasty, someone had told him that the strongest martial artist in the Sword Dynasty was only in the Yin-Yang realm. That kind of information could only be heeded and could not be used as a reference. Otherwise, he would be the unlucky one. Grandfather, Hallmaster, I've brought Ling Xiao here. If there's anything you want to ask, feel free to ask. Yama had always believed that Ling Xiao was a swindler who had tricked Darkfrost. After all, although Darkfrost was strong, she was only a child of 12 or 13 years old. He really couldn't resist those glib-tongued fellows. "Young man, I heard that you saved our hallmaster." Yen Shifeng was not courteous, directly getting to the point. "Not bad." Ling Xiao's answer was very concise. "Bullshit. Do we need you to save our hallmaster? I don't know where this piece of trash came from. How shameless." The person speaking was an elder from the inner sanctum who was only in the 8th division of life seizing. Can he speak human language? Ling Xiao did not look at that person. Instead, he looked at Yen Shifeng. "Elderly, when I'm asking questions, shut your mouth. No one will think that you're mute." Yen Shifeng coldly glanced at Elderly. He wasn't happy either. Elderly, this idiot, even dared to interrupt him. "Your subordinate is guilty." Elderly hurriedly knelt on the ground. From that, it was obvious that this Yen Shifeng was very powerful. Furthermore, his position in the Soul Hall was even higher than that of Darkfrost. Yen Shifeng didn't pay any attention to Elder Li, allowing him to kneel there. Then he continued, "Young man, what's your name? How old are you?" Ling Xiao, 17 years old. After entering the primeval god necropolis, Ling Xiao had just celebrated his 17th birthday. However, he hadn't had the time to celebrate it. Ling Xiao, that's a strange name, Yen Shifeng said with a frown. "Prime Elder, according to our investigation, this Ling Xiao is the new monarch of the 8 Immortals Kingdom from the Western Domains. Furthermore, as soon as he arrived in the primeval god necropolis, he got into a conflict with Prince Heaven." The person speaking was a young woman in a black garment. Apparently, she was one of the 3 devils and was in the 9th division of life seizing. From what she was saying, it was obvious that the Soul Hall wasn't very well informed. None of them knew about the Frigid General's necropolis or about the Ice Emperor's legacy that had to do with the unique environment of the domain of the falling stars. The monsters in the domain of the falling stars were the strongest in all of Burrow 10, and they were very dense. Because of that, very few martial artists were willing to come here. That was also why Ling Xiao had come to the domain of the falling stars. Most likely, no one here would know that he had stolen the legacy of the Ice Emperor. That would be a lot safer. "Oh, you were able to escape from Prince Heaven. You're pretty good." Yen Shifeng was starting to think highly of Ling Xiao. After all, it was impossible for a 6th division life-sizer to escape from a heaven-seizing, fate-exchanging expert. The chances of that happening were in the single digits. That's nothing special. Ling Xiao said coolly, "Oh, if that's nothing special, then what is?" Yen Shifeng asked curiously. "Killing Prince Heaven is what I call special." Ling Xiao said coolly, "Ha ha ha ha." Everyone stared in shock for a moment, then burst into laughter. "Brat, do you really think you're something? Do you really think you're something? Do you think you can kill Prince Tian?" "That's right. I don't know where you get the courage to be so arrogant." Ling Xiao wasn't angry. As far as he was concerned, the more these people looked down on him, the better. They were like frogs at the bottom of a well. If they knew that he had killed the Mirror Demon King and had almost killed the Koi King, they probably wouldn't be laughing. Yen Shifeng chuckled. "You're pretty funny, kid, but there's a limit to how much you can brag. You said the Hallmaster was poisoned, but Medicine Demon Elder examined him and said there was nothing wrong with him. What do you say?" Yen Shifeng's voice suddenly became gloomy and cold. Ling Xiao knew that he was getting to the point and was starting to put pressure on him. "Quack," Ling Xiao said without thinking. "Since Medicine Demon's subordinates dared to force him to sell herbs, I reckon that Medicine Demon's medical skills aren't that great." They say that one's medical skills depend on one's character. I believe that. If one's character isn't good, they only want to harm others. How can their medical skills be good? When he first stepped in, Medicine Demon's aura was the most ferocious. He wanted nothing more than to kill him with his aura. So he wasn't polite at all when he spoke now. If you don't give me face, I naturally won't give you face. You want to ruin my reputation? Then I'll let you know how stupid you are. Impudent. Say that again. Medicine Demon couldn't stand Ling Xiao talking to him like that. He immediately flew into a rage. Quack, quack, quack. I've said it 3 times. What are you going to do? Ling Xiao looked at Medicine Demon and mocked. You're obviously a quack. Why are you afraid of others talking about you? If you have the ability, why don't you check the Hallmaster's condition? You're courting death. Medicine Demon's old face was completely red. No one had ever dared to call him a quack. In the Western region, he was the #1 doctor. Who dared to slander him like that? Medicine Demon, don't be angry. Listen to what he has to say. If he can't explain himself today, you don't need to do anything. I'll make sure he doesn't even have bones left. Yan Shifeng said coldly. Hee, I'm so scared. Ling Xiao sneered and looked at Yan Shifeng mockingly. This group of old things, did they think they could suppress others as they wished because they were strong? Chapter 3371. What did you say? Yan Shifeng didn't expect that this kid called Ling Xiao wouldn't even give him face. Oh, I almost forgot. You're old and your ears aren't that good. Then I'll repeat what I said. I came to the Green Zone to treat Palace Master Darkfrost's illness. She also promised to give me a quiet and safe cultivation environment. As for whether some people believe me or not, I don't care. Do I have to prove my medical skills every time someone doubts me? What a joke. Who do you think you are? Ling Xiao looked at Yan Shifeng. He was extremely arrogant, his attitude extremely egotistical. He didn't place Yan Shifeng in his eyes at all. Grand Elder, this bastard is despicable. He has no respect for his elders. Let your grandson end him. Yama looked at Yan Shifeng and said, No respect for my elders? What a joke. Who was the one who used his aura to suppress me? If I didn't have enough resistance, I would have exploded and died. Who was the one who said I was trash? Who said I wasn't a doctor? Who doubted me? Who said you wanted to gain my respect? Are you all a bunch of fools who have never entered the Jianghu? Ling Xiao sneered. Impudent. Yama roared and was about to attack. Yama, you can try. If you hurt him, I'll take your life. Finally, Darkfrost, who had been silent all this time, opened her mouth. Yama was instantly stunned. Yan Shifeng frowned. He didn't expect Darkfrost to be so protective of this young man. Palace Master, this kid is talking nonsense. He mocked the upper echelons of Soul Palace. This is unforgivable. Yama said angrily, I saw it. You were the one who treated my guest rudely first. You were also rude to him. Shouldn't he have such an attitude? What attitude do you want? To kneel before you? Darkfrost said coldly, Let me tell you, he's the only one who can save me. Whoever hurts him doesn't want me to live. You should know the consequences. It was fine if she didn't speak, but the moment she spoke, the entire hall fell silent. Although Darkfrost was only a high-level fighter in the inner palace, but she was powerful. Being powerful meant having the right to speak. In the entire Soul Palace, other than Yan Shifeng, no one dared to treat her lightly. Once she said that, the others were at a loss for words. Ha! Since the Palace Master has said so, we will naturally respect your opinion. Yan Shifeng was an old fox. He knew that it was not a good idea to have a direct confrontation with Darkfrost. Therefore, he changed his mind. Anyway, as long as Ling Xiao was still in the Green Zone, There was no need to worry about not being able to get hold of this kid's weakness. That would be best. Dark Frost said indifferently, Ling Xiao, you can go back now. Focus on concocting pills to heal this hall master's injuries. Wait, Medicine Demon suddenly shouted. Hall Master, this matter can be ignored, but when Ling Xiao first came to the Green Zone, he killed my men. That was a core martial artist of Soul Palace. How should we settle this matter? How do you want to settle it? Dark Frost said coldly. This Medicine Demon was dumbfounded. It's fine if you don't mention this matter. Since you have, I don't need to give you any face. Dark Frost stared at Medicine Demon and said, Do you think that no one knows what you have done? Embezzling Soul Palace's property and filling your own pockets, raising the price of herbs to earn profits for yourself, but you have ruined Soul Palace's reputation. If you were not the mainstay of Soul Palace, do you believe that I would kill you with one slap right now? This subordinate is innocent. Medicine Demon hurriedly knelt down and said, Whether you are innocent or not, you know best in your heart. Yen Shifeng, you better control your dog. As the palace master, I have a headache too. Be careful that I don't kill him one day when I am unhappy. Dark Frost sneered and looked at Yen Shifeng. After saying this, she turned and left with Ling Xiao. Looking at Dark Frost's back, Yen Shifeng's eyes shot out a malicious glint. After a long time, he sighed heavily and looked at Medicine Demon. Trash, your body is not clean. Blaming others makes you feel powerless. Disperse, disperse. Yama, go arrange a new residence for Ling Xiao. Make a better place, and send people to protect him. Grandson understands. Yama obviously understood that Yen Shifeng's so-called protect was actually surveillance. As long as they did not touch Ling Xiao, Dark Frost had no reason to fall out with them. Blood Demon, how is the matter I asked you to investigate? Before Yama left, Yen Shifeng looked at Blood Demon and asked, Blood Demon, one of the 3 demons, was ranked second in terms of overall strength compared to Yama. However, he was good at hiding and investigating. Therefore, he naturally had to ask her for information. Reporting to Supreme Elder, the investigation has been completed. The incident in Star City was indeed an accident. However, this incident did not seem to affect the owner of the Godfiend Order at all. He did not do anything, and is still paying close attention to the ancient sword Imperial Mausoleum. Blood Demon replied. You weren't discovered, right? Yen Shifeng asked. This Blood Demon was silent for a moment before saying, To be honest, I have been discovered. Moreover, the owner of the Godfiend Order asked me to pass a message to you. What did he say? Yen Shifeng asked. Search for the Imperial Mausoleum and the Imperial Mausoleum. The Imperial Mausoleum can be yours, but the Imperial Mausoleum is ours. The Blood Demon repeated what he had said. As expected, the owner of the Godfiend Order let us in, other than plundering. He also hopes that we can become his labor to search for the ancient sword Imperial Mausoleum. Yen Shifeng smiled bitterly and said, The powerhouses of the 4 regions really don't care about ants like us. We can just look for the Imperial Mausoleum and ignore the Imperial Mausoleum. This way, we can avoid the competition between the powerhouses of the 4 regions. Yama thought, Idiot, do you think that no one has done something like slacking off before? Do you know what the result is? Everyone in the entire force is wiped out. Yen Shifeng scolded, Pass down the order. Pay close attention to all news about the ancient sword Imperial Mausoleum. But if we really find it, how do we inform them? Yama asked again. Do you know what the Godfiend Order is for? The biggest effect of the Godfiend Order is to transmit everything you do to the owner of the order. Therefore, as long as you have news about the Imperial Mausoleum, he will definitely know. There is no need to specifically send a message. Yen Shifeng explained, "We are ants, and we are always under the supervision of others. If we give up the God-fiend order, only death awaits us. And with the God-fiend order, we can't escape surveillance. It's really tragic for the weak. Report this matter to the palace master later. No matter what, she is our Soul Palace's #1 fighter. Although she didn't kill the undead king, it is a miracle that she came back alive." After a moment of silence, Yen Shifeng said to Blood Demon, "This subordinate obeys. Grandfather, what about that Ling Xiao? I don't believe that he can really cure Dark Frost." The Yama demon still refused to leave. He was still thinking about the matter of Ling Xiao. "Child, you're still too inexperienced. Do you know why your grandfather let him go?" Suddenly, a voice came from outside. Chapter 3372. "Mother!" Yama hurriedly kowtowed. Yama's mother was the previous lord of Soul Hall and also someone from the inner hall. Her position was very high, and so was her authority. However, due to a mishap in her cultivation, she had temporarily lost her physical body. Dark Frost was the best human cauldron that the previous lord of Soul Hall, Lung Qiuyan, had chosen. However, because it wasn't time yet, she hadn't possessed her yet. "Qiuyan, why are you here?" Yen Shifeng asked with concern. "Father, don't you think that Ling Xiao kid has a very special aura? He can actually resist the auras of the higher-ups. Just this point alone shows that he's not a simple person. You're underestimating him." Lung Qiuyan said indifferently. "Underestimating him? Mother, he's just a 6th-level life-sizer trash. Even the weakest martial artist in Soul Hall is at that level." Yama said disdainfully, "That's why I said you're still inexperienced." Lung Qiuyan looked at her son and said, "That kid has the aura of the ancient Sword Emperor on him. That's why I suspect that he has very likely obtained the 9 Supremes catalog and combined it. In addition, I also found the aura of the Ice Emperor's legacy on him. Even the Ice Age that the Ice Empress relied on to become famous was in his possession. The strangest thing is that he doesn't have the aura of the Fiend God medallion on him, as if it doesn't exist. Perhaps he's the only one who isn't being watched by the Fiend God medallion's master." If Ling Xiao heard Lung Qiuyan's words, he would definitely be shocked. Ling Xiao had done his best to hide the fact that he had obtained the Ice Emperor's legacy. However, he hadn't expected that this woman would see through it so easily. Most frightening of all was that this woman could actually sense the aura of the ancient Sword Emperor on him, and deduced that he might have found the complete 9 Supremes catalog. This woman's thoughts were really deep. If she had said it in front of Ling Xiao, then Ling Xiao might have already fled. However, she had only mentioned it now, and she had kept it from Dark Frost. It was obvious that she was preparing to make a move in secret. Yen Shifeng looked at Lung Qiuyan in surprise. "Good wife, your soul is still as terrifying as before. Although I've noticed some of these things, I really haven't noticed the ancient Sword Emperor's aura." "Mother, grandfather, what are you talking about? How come I don't understand at all? So many powerful things gathered in one person's body. That Ling Xiao, could it be that he's the chosen one?" Yama was very unhappy. "Child, don't worry. The things on him will be yours sooner or later," Lung Qiuyan said coldly. "As long as we can obtain the ancient Sword Emperor's inheritance, our Soul Hall will be able to contend against even the 4 regions." "Really? Mother?" A smile finally appeared on Yama's face. "Of course it's true. Ling Xiao is in the green zone right now. It's the best time for us to make a move. However, don't cause too much of a ruckus. Otherwise, Dark Frost will find out. When that girl goes crazy, not even your grandfather is a match for her," Lung Qiuyan warned. "Playing dirty, huh? Don't worry, Mother. That's what I'm best at." Yama laughed coldly. "We still have to be careful. The Ice Emperor's legacy should be in the Glacier District. There are so many experts in the Myriad Lands, but he still managed to steal it. This kid is definitely not simple. Don't underestimate him. Lung Chiuyan warned. Don't worry, Mother. I know. Yama didn't take Lung Chiuyan's words seriously at all. How could a mere sixth stratum life-sizer possibly defy the heavens? He didn't believe it. I don't think we're going to my place. Ling Xiao suddenly asked. Of course. We're going to my bedchamber. Darkfrost said coolly. Huh. Ling Xiao was stunned. Bedchamber? My dear sister, you're still young. Don't let your imagination run wild. You've already been targeted. You don't even know it, do you? Darkfrost reminded him. Are you talking about the powerful soul power I sensed when I stepped into the hall? Ling Xiao asked. You know about it? Darkfrost said in surprise. It seems your soul power isn't any weaker than the spirit folks. I only know that someone is spying on my secrets, but I don't know exactly how much. Ling Xiao sighed. You'd better prepare for the worst. If things go wrong, all your secrets might not be secrets anymore. Darkfrost frowned. I can see through everything about you. That person's soul power isn't any weaker than mine. What? What did you see through me? Ling Xiao said in surprise. The Ice General's memory metal, the Ice Emperor's legacy, and the ancient sword sovereign's aura. Darkfrost said. Nothing else. Ling Xiao asked. Anything else? Darkfrost was puzzled. That's good. Actually, as long as the secret of the Sky Tyrant martial spirit wasn't exposed, it didn't matter if the others were exposed. Although the situation was bad, with Darkfrost protection, there shouldn't be any problems for the time being. During this period, he had to seize the time to raise his cultivation. After all, Darkfrost couldn't protect him forever. In this world, there were still existences stronger than Darkfrost. For example, the Undying King. Another example was the owner of the Divine Devil Order and the experts from the 4 major regions. Suddenly, there were more people in front. Ling Xiao and Darkfrost stopped talking. When the two of them walked together, it really caused a commotion, especially the little beauty Darkfrost, who was usually as cold as ice and kept people 1,000 miles away. She was the master of the Soul Hall. She had never seen anyone who could get within 3 meters of her, but this unfamiliar kid was almost right next to Darkfrost. He was only 2 fists away. An ice cube like Darkfrost was easy to conquer in many men's dreams. They dreamed of making such a woman submit to them. But that was just a dream after all. In reality, they wouldn't dare to do it even if they had 1,000 times the courage. Their lives were more important. Who is that kid? Why doesn't he seem to be afraid of Hall Master Darkfrost at all? Yeah, I felt that they were chatting quite happily just now. You must have seen wrongly. You must have seen wrongly. The ice beauty in my heart would never chat happily with anyone. Saw wrongly? Look at the direction they're walking in. That's the Hall Master's bedroom. No one is allowed to enter that place without permission. Women are not allowed, let alone men. That kid must have been a saint in his previous life. Damn it, I don't care who he was in his previous life. If he dares to touch the Hall Master in this life, I'll kill him. Such discussions only started after Darkfrost and Ling Xiao walked far away. They didn't dare to do it in front of Darkfrost, but Ling Xiao still heard it all. He couldn't help but bitterly smile. Even if he didn't have a woman he loved, he couldn't fall in love with a 12 or 13-year-old girl. Furthermore, Ming Shuang seemed to treat him like a sister and treated him like an older brother. Hall Master, please wait. Just as the two of them were about to step into the Soul Hall Master's bedroom, Yama appeared. Is something the matter? Chapter 3373. Arbiter Darkfrost. We don't know who this person is, and I'm worried that it will affect your reputation. He could even threaten your life. He absolutely cannot live in your chambers." Yama said, sounding very agitated. Obviously, he was interested in Darkfrost and assumed that everyone else was as shameless as him. "What if I force him to stay?" Darkfrost said, looking at Yama with eyes filled with killing intent. She knew all too well what Yama was thinking. From the day she had arrived in Soul Hall, he had been trying to take advantage of her. Back then, she had been thrown into the hell of Soul Hall, where she had been tortured. Yama hadn't been able to get his way. By the time she came out, Yama didn't dare to touch her. After all, she had killed everyone who had touched her. That included those who had tortured her. Who would have guessed that this guy still wouldn't give up? Sensing Darkfrost's terrifying killing intent, Yama swallowed hard. "Your subordinate is doing everything for the sake of Arbiter," he said helplessly. "But if Arbiter doesn't mind, then I won't stop him. If he has any improper thoughts, Arbiter, you can notify me immediately. I'll be there immediately." "What a joke. You think he can touch me?" Darkfrost said disdainfully. "He's in the 6th division of the life-seizing level, and I'm only in the 1st division of the reincarnation god level. Do you really think that's possible?" Yama thought about it for a moment and decided that it really wasn't possible. However, if Ling Xiao moved into Darkfrost chambers, then it would be very difficult for them to do anything to him. Unfortunately, there was nothing else they could do. They could only take things one step at a time, not daring to offend Darkfrost. Yama looked at Ling Xiao and said, "I don't know what you did to earn Arbiter's trust, but listen up. If anything happens to our palace, Master Ming Xuang, I will not let you off easily. I'll make sure you die a horrible death." "There's something wrong with your head." Ling Xiao looked at Yama and said, "You'd better get this straight. I'm an honored guest of your palace master, not your prisoner. Don't put on that commanding tone in front of me. Your servants might be afraid, but I'm not. Scram. Don't tell me you want to go in with us." Listening to Ling Xiao's merciless words, Yama felt like his heart was about to explode. He tried very hard to suppress his anger, but he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. He was so angry that he vomited blood. "Brat, you can show off now. There will be a day when the palace master will see your true colors. You pretended to be a doctor and attempted to sneak into my soul palace. I will definitely tear off this mask in front of the palace master." "Get lost, idiot!" Ling Xiao didn't understand. He didn't steal or rob. He only saved Darkfrost. This Yama didn't treat him with respect, as if he had committed some heinous crime. How could he be polite to this guy? "Just you wait." Yama harumphed and turned to leave. From his actions, it seems like he wants to make a move on you. He doesn't want you to live in my palace, so it's easier to make a move. Darkfrost said worriedly, "Don't tell me he dares to barge into your palace?" Ling Xiao laughed. "It's not like there's no such possibility. Yan Shifeng's strength is unfathomable. If he comes out to stall me, you can only save yourself." Darkfrost said with a frown, "I understand, so let's not waste any more time. Let's go in. I want to quickly immerse myself in cultivation. Once I become stronger, I naturally won't have to worry." Ling Xiao understood Darkfrost's worries. Actually, that was exactly what he was worried about. The two of them stepped into the palace, and Darkfrost went to do her own things. Ling Xiao first arranged the surroundings of the room he was staying in before preparing to start cultivating. "Master, what did you eavesdrop on in the hall just now?" Ling Xiao asked all of a sudden. A wisp of white smoke floated in from the outside and turned into the Yuan Venerate's figure. "Big news." "What's the big news?" Ling Xiao asked anxiously. Firstly, Darkfrost's suspicions were correct. There is a woman called Lung Chuyen the former hall master of Seoul Hall. She saw that you have the Ice General's inheritance, the Ice Emperor's inheritance, and the aura of the ancient Sword Emperor. Don't worry, the tyrant Sky Martial Soul is still very safe. Secondly, there is another interesting thing. The Godfiend token is actually a tool used by the Godfiend token's owner to monitor people. However, your Mountain River realm seems to be able to block such monitoring. Thirdly, the Star Demon King becoming the Undying King doesn't seem to be a big deal to the Godfiend token's owner. From this, it can be seen that the Godfiend token's owner is very terrifying. Furthermore, their true motive is to find the ancient Sword Emperor's tomb. Fourthly, Yen Shifeng has already ordered Yama to take everything from you. Dark Frost is still very sensitive. Fortunately, she made the judgment in advance. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if you returned to your original place. The Yuan Venerate told him everything he had heard. I never expected things to become so complicated. Ling Xiao frowned. Are you afraid? The Yuan Venerate asked with a smile. Afraid? If I was afraid, I wouldn't have set the Eternal Life Palace as my target. If I was afraid, I wouldn't have thought of avenging you, Master. Your enemy is the strongest king of sovereigns in the mystic world. Ling Xiao sneered. The difficulty is right in front of me, but it's actually simple. As long as I continue to improve my strength, I won't be afraid of those people targeting me. It seems like you understand. Then I'm relieved. All right, Master is a little tired. I'll go back and rest first. The Yuan Venerate's spiritual body couldn't stay outside for too long. He immediately flew back into Ling Xiao's body. After watching the Yuan Venerate leave, Ling Xiao finally focused on his own cultivation. His cultivation had already reached the 6th level of the life-seizing realm. Although it wasn't very powerful, he had the Beast Soul Transformation and the Tyrant Martial Soul. He was still able to fight against ordinary 9th level life-seizers. The most important thing now was to cultivate the ancient Ice Emperor's technique and master the Absolute Frost Domain and the Blizzard Ice Sealing Steps, these 2 king-level martial arts. Whether it was fleeing or fighting, he would become stronger. As for the Ice Age armor, it was a good defensive armor, but it was still difficult for him to control it when attacking. Furthermore, he had 3 Nine-Sovereign Sword techniques, so he wasn't in a hurry to cultivate offensive martial techniques. While cultivating, Ling Xiao kept the Ice General's memory medal in the Mountain River realm. To his surprise, he discovered that not only did his cultivation speed increase, even the speed of his martial arts cultivation had also increased. Things that used to take a few days to comprehend now only took an hour or even a dozen minutes. It took him half an hour to master the Intermediate King level martial art, the Arctic Field, and he had finally mastered the embryonic form. Another half an hour passed, and he was finally able to unleash his power when he reached the small success stage. When he released it, his surroundings entered the Arctic domain. Chapter 3374. His enemies would definitely be at a disadvantage if they fought in the frigid domain. Next, he began to practice the Elementary King class movement technique, the Blizzard Ice Sealing Steps. It only took him about 10 minutes to reach the level of minor success. He had already mastered both of those consummate skills. As for the later stages, there was no need for him to sit around and cultivate. After all, it wouldn't do him much good. After all, martial arts had to be improved as they were used. Maybe I should go find Dark Frost and spar with her? Ling Xiao thought for a moment, then decided against it. What a joke! Dark Frost was so strong that if he went to her for training, he might end up losing his life. Even as he pondered the matter, the spell formation he had set up around the room trembled. Someone's there? Rising to his feet, he opened his Taiji eye. There was a man and a woman outside. Ling Xiao recognized the woman as Dark Frost's personal maidservant. Of course, that wasn't the right thing to do. After all, even a maidservant like her couldn't get within 2 meters of dark frost. However, she was allowed to live in the bedchamber and was in charge of cleaning. If he recalled correctly, her name was Aya. As for the man, Ling Xiao didn't recognize him. However, he did seem to resemble Medicine Devil. Perhaps they were related by blood. Even as he pondered the matter, he heard a voice outside. "Ling Xiao, I know you're in there. Get the hell out here." It was the man who had spoken. His attitude was very arrogant. It was obvious at a glance that he was used to being arrogant. Originally, Ling Xiao hadn't wanted to go out, but then he realized that the man was in the 8th stage of life seizing. That level of strength made him the perfect sparring partner. After a moment of thought, he opened the door and walked out. It went without saying that Dark Frost was being held back by Yen Shifeng. Otherwise, there was no way she wouldn't show up when a man suddenly entered her bedchamber. "Aya," he said, "do you know what happens to people who disturb my cultivation?" Ling Xiao asked, looking coldly at the maidservant. "There's no need to scare me. With big bro Yao Chen here, what can you possibly do?" Aya's maidservant was actually very arrogant. Originally, Ling Xiao did not intend to blame her. He thought that she was being held hostage by this guy called Yao Chen. But now, it seemed that she had deliberately brought people to cause trouble for him. Since that was the case, there was no need for him to hold back. "Pah!" A crisp sound came from the door. Aya didn't even see what had happened. Her face was already swollen from the slap. As a maidservant, you should have the self-awareness of a maidservant. When you make a mistake, not only do you not admit it, you even dare to talk back. Do you think I won't dare to touch you just because you found it gigolo? Ling Xiao said disdainfully. Aya was stunned, and so was Yao Chun. Although Aya was only a servant girl, her cultivation base was still in the 6th division of life seizing. Even if Ling Xiao was a genius, he should not have been able to slap Aya's face so easily. "You! How dare you hit me?" Aya was stunned, but because her face was swollen, she couldn't speak clearly. "Hit you? If you don't shut up, I might even kill you." Ling Xiao said coldly. "You talk big." Yao Chen said, "Let's see how you'll kill Aya with me here." Finally, Yao Chen opened his mouth. His voice was cold and sinister. His tone was very similar to Medicine Devil's. No wonder they looked alike. "You're Medicine Devil's son, aren't you?" Ling Xiao asked. "You think you have the right to call him Medicine Devil? You should call him Elder Medicine." Yao Chen said angrily, "That's exactly what I did. What are you going to do about it?" Ling Xiao said mockingly, "You trespassed on Innkeeper Soul Hall's lair, and you were up to no good. Even if I killed you right here and now, no one would say anything. That said, you didn't do anything to offend me, so I might as well kill you. But you're going to have to spar with me. If I'm satisfied, then I'll pretend none of this happened." "How arrogant! You're really arrogant." Yao Chen heard Yama mention Ling Xiao. Yama described Ling Xiao as an arrogant and condescending bastard who didn't put Innkeeper Soul Hall in his eyes. Because of the first impression, no matter how Ling Xiao behaved, he would feel the same way. "Yes, I'm arrogant. Do you dare to fight with me?" Ling Xiao asked with a smile. He needed a sparring partner now. Whether it was a breakthrough in cultivation or the tempering of martial techniques, he had to go through real combat. It was too dangerous to leave this place and fight monsters outside. It wasn't the monsters that were too dangerous, but the people of Innkeeper Soul Hall were too dangerous. He didn't have the ability to protect himself now. Or rather, he didn't have enough ability to protect himself. Since Yao Chen had delivered himself to his door, how could he let him go? Why wouldn't I dare? Yao Chen couldn't wait for a chance to teach Ling Xiao a lesson. Not only had Meng Hao killed his father's subordinates, but he had also been extremely rude to his father. The truth was that he had come to see Ling Xiao because of Yama's instigation. Yama was very cunning. Whether or not Yao Chen succeeded in killing Meng Hao wouldn't affect him. It would be best if he could kill Ling Xiao. Even if he didn't succeed, he would still infuriate Medicine Devil. Medicine Devil was the #1 doctor in the Western domains, but even more terrifying was the #1 doctor of poisons. Using poisons to kill people was much simpler and easier than using other methods. Fine, let's do it. Ling Xiao simply stood there, not using his beast soul transformation. He wanted to test out the power of his frigid domain and Frostwind ceiling steps. At the same time, the immense pressure weighing down on him would cause his cultivation base to rise rapidly. Of course, before the fight began, the memory metal of General Frigid Ice began to glow with a soft light that would make his cultivation progress even faster. Die! Yao Chen's first attack was only a test. That said, the attack of an 8th Division life-sizer couldn't be underestimated. Ling Xiao wasn't in his beast soul transformation, so he couldn't afford to underestimate him. Frigid Domain. Ling Xiao called upon his frigid domain. Moments ago, Yao Chen had been in illusory form, but now he was visible, moving so slowly that it almost seemed like he was moving in slow motion. However, because Ling Xiao's cultivation base was so low, his frigid domain couldn't last very long. In the blink of an eye, it was gone. Yao Chen's attack was unstoppable. Frostwind ceiling steps. Ling Xiao took a step to the side. Although he didn't move very quickly, the frigid energy beneath his feet caused Yao Chen to slow down significantly. Yao Chen's attack brushed past Ling Xiao's shoe and then destroyed a nearby gazebo. Not bad. Ling Xiao thought excitedly. After successfully using the skill, his proficiency with it increased dramatically. Furthermore, the energy in his cultivation sea had also increased by 10% under the immense pressure. As a result, he only used these 2 techniques in the future: obstruct and evade. Every time Yao Chen tried to attack him, his frigid domain would obstruct him, and Ling Xiao would use his Frostwind ceiling steps to evade. Because his frigid domain covered everything, it was impossible for Yao Chen to evade. However, as Yao Chen's attacks grew more and more powerful, Ling Xiao was having a hard time dealing with them. Chapter 3375. From the very beginning, Yao Chen felt that this battle was full of strangeness. Clearly, he occupied a huge advantage. As long as he ran into Ling Xiao, he could kill the other party. But the strange thing was that each time, it was just a hair's breadth away. As time passed, he felt more and more strange, because he actually felt that Ling Xiao's strength was gradually increasing. His feeling was right. In the continuous thrilling battles, Ling Xiao's cultivation sea energy increased to 80%, which was equivalent to his strength increasing 8-fold. Furthermore, it was still continuing to increase. Extreme Cold Domain also increased from minor completion to proficient completion. His Blizzard Ice ceiling steps had been upgraded from proficient to great mastery. Ling Xiao's strength increasing was also within reason. Suddenly, Yao Chen stopped and looked at Ling Xiao coldly and said, "You flea-like thing, always hiding here and there, what's the point? Dare to have a head-on battle with me if you have the ability? Are you sure?" Ling Xiao looked at Yao Chen and asked with a smile. As the battle continued, perhaps because Yao Chen's pressure on him gradually decreased, the increase of his cultivation sea energy also gradually stagnated. It became extremely slow, around 80%. Therefore, Ling Xiao also prepared to end this battle. Just nice. The other party asked this. He planned to directly blast this guy flying out. "Do you dare?" Yao Chen asked. "Why wouldn't I dare?" Ling Xiao gave a cold laugh and hooked his finger at Yao Chen and said, "Come on, let me see the true strength of the medicine demon's son. This time, I definitely won't dodge." "You said that?" Yao Chen did not believe what Ling Xiao said at first, but he still planned on giving it a try. Circulating all the vital essence in his body, he deployed his strongest martial technique. He roared and pounced at Ling Xiao. Originally thought that Ling Xiao would repeat the same trick. Did not expect that this time Ling Xiao actually did not move. He just stood there as if waiting for him to attack. Fool, I didn't expect that you're actually arrogant and ignorant to this extent. Facing my attack, you also dare to not defend. Yao Chen sneered. He did not hesitate at all. A terrifying killing intent erupted from his fists as he punched towards Ling Xiao's heart. You want to kill me? Ling Xiao's gaze abruptly turned sinister and cold. He instantly entered his frost dragon beast soul transformation state and attacked with his Ice Supreme Sword. Supreme Ice's Frozen Sky Sword was unleashed. Everything exploded in an instant. It was so fast that Yao Chen had no time to react. The cold, revered Ice's Frozen Sky Sword art, coupled with the release of the Absolute Frost domain, increased its power by several times. He easily tore apart Yao Chen's attack and pierced Yao Chen's throat with his sword. Drip! Fresh blood dripped onto the ground, staining the ground red. Aya screamed and turned to run. However, how could Ling Xiao give her this opportunity? You traitor! Go to hell! A drop of Yao Chen's blood flew out from the tip of Ling Xiao's sword. It turned into a cold light and directly pierced through Aya's head. Aya fell forward, blood splattering on the ground. I didn't intend to kill you, but you wanted to kill me. I can only protect myself. Ling Xiao looked coldly at the two corpses on the ground. He raised his hands, and two balls of flames flew up. The two corpses were completely burned. If the pavilion had not collapsed, if the air was not still filled with the smell of blood, no one would have thought that a terrifying battle had just taken place here. Outside Dark Frost's bedroom, a black shadow left quickly. Inside the medicine demon residence. What? You said Chen is dead? Who killed him? The medicine demon could not believe his ears. Yao Chen was his only son. He had been carefully nurturing him as his successor and the key to passing on the family line. Of course, Yao Chen was very talented. Whether it was in martial arts or medical skills, he was outstanding. This also made him have high hopes for Yao Chen. But now he actually heard that his son, Yao Chen, had been killed. Ling Xiao, I saw it with my own eyes. The person who spoke was none other than Yama. Originally, I was planning to take advantage of the fact that Sect Lord Darkfrost was occupied with other matters to deal with Ling Xiao. Who could have guessed that I would see something so shocking? Yama continued. This fellow was the one who had instigated everything in the first place. Ling Xiao's strength had surprised him, but that didn't matter. After all, killing an 8th Division life-sizer like Yao Chen wasn't all that impressive. Any 9th Division life-sizer would be able to do that with ease. After all, Yao Chen's specialty was medicine, not martial arts. Therefore, he planned to report the matter to the medicine demon and have him test out Ling Xiao's strength. Bastard, how dare you kill my son? Not even the sect lord can protect you. The medicine demon slapped the table in front of him, causing it to shatter into dust. Before leaving, he went into a secret chamber and pulled out a metal bottle. As for what it contained, it was impossible to tell. Yang Qi watched as the medicine demon led a group of people toward Darkfrost's bedchamber. Chuckling coldly, Yama followed them. By this point, Darkfrost had already returned to her bedchamber. Someone was here? Darkfrost asked, frowning. She had been summoned by Yan Shifeng to discuss the matter of the Undying King. She had a strange feeling about it. Before the meeting was over, she had hurried back. As soon as she arrived at her bedchamber, she could smell the stench of blood in the air. Yeah, a brat named Yao Chen, Yang Qi said. Your maidservant, Aya, sent him here to kill me. Ling Xiao nodded. Aya. Yang Qi said. I usually put up with her, and didn't want to bicker with her. Who could have guessed that she would be such a traitor? Where are they? Dark Frost asked angrily. Dead. I killed them all. Ling Xiao said coolly, including Yao Chen and Aya. I didn't cause you any trouble, did I? You can kill Yao Chen? Dark Frost asked in surprise. However, when she suddenly remembered what happened in Star City, she felt relieved. Ling Xiao's actual combat strength was much stronger than his cultivation on the surface. Forget it, let's not talk about this. It's good that you're fine. Yao Chen, how dare you barge into my bedchamber? You deserve to die, Dark Frost said coldly. What do you mean by deserve to die? Palace Master, I'm going to demand an explanation from you today. At this moment, Medicine Demon stepped in from outside. His only son had died tragically, and Medicine Demon was overwhelmed by anger. Previously, he did not dare to be presumptuous in front of Dark Frost because he was afraid of Dark Frost. However, this time, he decided that even if he had to die, he would drag Ling Xiao down with him. Looking at Medicine Demon and the men of sacrifice behind him, Dark Frost frowned. In the end, she was just a high-level fighter. In terms of power, she could not compare to the 3 demons in the Soul Hall. However, she also had her own principles. Those who barge into my bedchamber die. Ming Shuang did not hesitate. She suddenly attacked at lightning speed, enveloping Medicine Demon and the people behind him. A ferocious beast formed by soul power pounced out. Have mercy! Amidst the shouts, a golden Buddha flew over from the sky. It was clearly formed by soul power. Chapter 3376. A golden Buddha flew from the sky. It was also condensed by soul power and blocked in front of Medicine Demon. However, the golden Buddha came too late and could only save Medicine Demon. As for the dozen people behind Medicine Demon, none of them were spared. They were all killed by the beast condensed by soul power. Yan Shifeng, do you want to break the rules too? Dark Frost looked at the person who came and frowned. Palace Master, you misunderstood. You can't blame Medicine Demon for this. Ling Xiao killed his only son. How can he not be angry? It's normal for him to do something irrational. Why do you have to be so harsh on him? Let's forget about it this time. Yan Shifeng said with a smile. Yan Shifeng was really dissatisfied with Yama's stupid way of doing things today. It was unwise to let Medicine Demon kill Ling Xiao when Dark Frost was still in the bedroom. Yao Chen trespassed into my bedroom. He deserves to die. Dark Frost said coldly. Palace Master is right. However, this is another matter. Medicine Demon has done many meritorious deeds for Soul Palace. This time, he was angered. Medicine Demon, go apologize to the Hall Master and return. Yan Shifeng said coldly. Yes. Medicine Demon held the small metal bottle tightly in his hand. He then approached Dark Frost and knelt down on both knees. However, at that moment, a black shadow suddenly flew out of the metal bottle and went straight for Ling Xiao. How could he just let it go? In order to avenge his son, he didn't care who came to plead for mercy. No matter who it was, they couldn't stop his anger. Damn it! Dark Frost immediately stood in front of Ling Xiao. The black shadow hit Dark Frost directly. It was chopped off by Dark Frost's hand. It was a golden silkworm goo. It was completely dead. However, the goo poison had already entered Dark Frost's body. In that instant, Dark Frost's entire right arm turned purplish-black. Dark Frost hurriedly used her left hand to seal the blood vessels so that the poison would not enter her body and only exist in her right arm. Medicine Demon, you're crazy! Seeing this, Yen Shifeng was also very surprised. Although Dark Frost wasn't very obedient towards Ling Xiao, she was still very loyal to Soul Palace. If they encountered a strong enemy, they would have to rely on Dark Frost to fight. Once her right arm was crippled, Dark Frost's battle prowess would drop by at least half. I want to kill that Ling Xiao. Medicine Demon was stunned. He knew Dark Frost's position in Soul Palace. If something really happened to Dark Frost, it wouldn't just be a matter of one of his sons dying. Perhaps his whole family would be buried with her. Stop talking nonsense and hurry up and get the antidote. Yen Shifeng said sternly, There's no antidote for this. I bought this golden silkworm goo from Star Demon King. It's said that only the 4 regions have it. There's no antidote for this strange poison. Medicine Demon was also a little panicked. What? Yen Shifeng was stunned. Aren't you the #1 doctor in Western region? Go back and develop the antidote immediately. No matter what, you have to save Dark Frost's right arm. I'm afraid it's no longer a matter of the right arm. Ling Xiao's voice suddenly sounded. The golden silkworm goo's poison was truly terrifying. Even though Dark Frost had sealed her blood vessels, the poison still seeped in. However, it wasn't that fast. However, at this rate, Dark Frost's entire body would be poisoned in 3 days at the earliest. Dark Frost had a nearly immortal body and could be resurrected. However, after being resurrected, Dark Frost's strength would be greatly reduced. This wasn't what Yen Shifeng wanted to see. Medicine Demon, I'll give you 3 days. If you can't refine the antidote, you can kill yourself. Yen Shifeng said coldly. There's no need for him. I'll naturally cure Palace Master Darkfrost's poison. Ling Xiao looked at Yen Shifeng and said, You, Medicine Demon sneered. It's not that I look down on you. With your level, you can't even cure an ordinary poison, let alone this golden silkworm goose poison. You talk too much nonsense. Get lost. You're not welcome here. Ling Xiao was very angry now. If he had enough strength, he would really kill Medicine Demon with one slap. Palace Master, you should rest well. Don't worry about this. We'll definitely bring the antidote over within 3 days. Yen Shifeng glanced at Medicine Demon and said, Did you hear that? Don't worry, Supreme Elder. I'll definitely develop the antidote within 3 days. Medicine Demon nodded and hurriedly headed home. The pain of losing his son was also diluted by fear at this time. He planned to talk about Ling Xiao's matter later. It was better to cure Dark Frost first. Otherwise, with Yen Shifeng's temper, he would definitely not let him go. After everyone had left, Yi Zichen looked at Yi Zichen. Ling Xiao released the 9-snake general beast soul and sucked out the golden silkworm goose poison from Dark Frost's body. However, his brows were still furrowed. This golden silkworm goo must have been raised by the experts of the 4 regions. Although I've temporarily sucked out the poison, I can't cure the root cause. From today onwards, I'll help you refine pills and absorb the poison for you every day. I estimate that I'll be able to refine a pill that can completely remove the poison in 3 days at most. You don't have to worry. Ling Xiao gently rubbed Dark Frost's head and said with a smile, If it was in the past, if someone dared to touch her head, Dark Frost would definitely kill him mercilessly. However, at this time, she did not feel any disgust. Instead, her face was filled with happiness, as if she was thinking of her brother again. I know you can do it, Brother Ling Xiao. Dark Frost nodded and said, Sigh, actually, you didn't have to block it just now. My body is immune to all poisons. No matter how powerful the golden silkworm goose poison is, I should be able to slowly remove it. Fortunately, Yen Shifeng did not want you to die. Otherwise, today's matter would have been really dangerous. Ling Xiao sighed and said, No matter what, thank you very much. Regardless of whether what Dark Frost did was useless or not, at that moment, Dark Frost really wanted to risk her life to save him. He could clearly feel it. If I had to do it again, I would still make the same choice, Dark Frost said with a smile. Silly girl. Ling Xiao sighed and said, Go back and rest first. Don't practice for a while. Just come over once a day. After saying that, he turned and went into his room. He placed the poison extracted from Dark Frost's body into a container and began to study it. To concoct the antidote, he had to understand the poison first. This process took him a full day. Fortunately, he had the Tai Chi eye. Otherwise, to concoct the antidote within 3 days was simply a fool's dream. During the period when he and Medicine Demon were concocting the antidote, what happened here had quietly spread out. There was no such thing as an airtight wall in the world. Although Yen Shifeng was very angry about this matter, he did not know which idiot leaked it. However, he really could not investigate at the moment. If he did, it would cause a bigger storm. The most important thing was to concoct the antidote. The entire Green Zone was now spreading the news that Palace Master Darkfrost was poisoned by Medicine Demon's golden silkworm goo. If the antidote could not be concocted within 3 days, she might die. However, fortunately, there were 2 powerful pharmacists in the Green Zone at this time. Chapter 3377. Now, the whole Green Zone was saying that 2 doctors were developing an antidote. One was the famous Medicine Demon, the #1 doctor in the Western region. He was the one who raised the golden silkworm goo, and his medical skills were excellent. So, people thought that he was the most likely to make up for his mistake. As for Ling Xiao, it was said that he was the Medicine Demon who saved Palace Master Darkfrost in Star City. His specific abilities were unknown. People did not have much confidence in him. However, with one more person, there would be one more ray of hope. Ming Shuang had been running around for Soul Palace all these years and had done many things. Although the little girl was cold, she was very kind and had done a lot of good things. As a result, most of the ordinary Soul Palace martial practitioners had a good impression of Palace Master Ming Shuang. They did not want anything to happen to her. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. On the 3rd day, Medicine Demon, led by Yen Shifeng and others, came to Darkfrost's palace. This was a special event, so the rules of the palace were temporarily relaxed. Darkfrost. Ling Xiao did not allow her to cultivate, so she obediently did not cultivate. Anyway, there were only 3 days. She believed in Ling Xiao's judgment. Where is that person? Yen Shifeng asked in confusion. Cultivating. Darkfrost said lightly. Cultivating? Didn't he say that he was developing an antidote for Palace Master? Yen Shifeng frowned. Can't he develop it while cultivating? Darkfrost asked. Palace Master, I'm afraid you have been deceived by that villain. How is he researching a new medicine? He doesn't even care about you, Hall Master. Yen Shifeng said angrily, I believe in him. Today is the 3rd day. He will definitely come out. Darkfrost said lightly, there is no need to wait for that liar. Medicine Demon has developed an antidote. It can definitely cure the poison in your body. Yen Shifeng pointed at Medicine Demon behind him. Don't worry, Palace Master. I've already developed an antidote, and it can definitely cure the poison. As for Ling Xiao, he was definitely a liar from head to toe. Not only did he swindle your trust, he also sowed discord between the higher-ups of Soul Palace. If this person isn't eliminated, Soul Palace won't be at peace. Medicine Demon said, hurriedly, Shut up. I won't allow you to insult him. Darkfrost's face instantly turned cold. During these 3 days, Ling Xiao would come over every morning to help her absorb the toxins. Every time, he had to take a huge risk. It was just that no one else knew about it. If this was considered a swindler, then the swindler was a little too noble. Medicine Demon, let's cut the crap. Since you've already developed the antidote, bring it to me immediately. Yen Shifeng glanced at Medicine Demon and said, through the Medicine Demon's probing, Yen Shifeng also understood that Ling Zhao's position in Dark Frost's heart was not low. It wasn't that easy to shake Dark Frost's trust in Ling Zhao. However, if the antidote worked, the situation would be very different. There's no problem with your antidote, right? Dark Frost glanced at Medicine Demon and said, don't blame me for not trusting you. That golden silkworm goo was released by you. What if you want to harm me again? She actually didn't want to take Medicine Demon's antidote. She still wanted to wait for Ling Zhao's antidote to come out. Her trust in Ling Zhao was much higher than her trust in Medicine Demon. Don't worry, Palace Master. I've already tested this medicine and confirmed that there's no problem. Not only does this medicine have the effect of detoxifying, but it also contains many precious herbs. Therefore, after taking it, it's extremely beneficial to the recovery and improvement of cultivation. Medicine Demon said hurriedly, it has nothing to do with that. What you did yesterday has already made me lose my trust in you. Whether your antidote is useful or not, it's still a potential danger to me. Dark Frost shook her head and still didn't want to take it. However, it was already the afternoon of the third day. Although Ling Zhao had already absorbed the poison in the morning, at this moment, her skin gradually turned purplish-black again. The poison seemed to be acting up again. Palace Master, there's no time to lose. Please take the antidote. Otherwise, it'll be too late. Seeing Dark Frost's situation, Yen Shifeng was also very worried. If Dark Frost died because she didn't take the antidote, not only would it be a huge loss to Soul Palace, but their inner palace's reputation would also be severely damaged. After all, Dark Frost was injured by Medicine Demon. Palace Master, please take the antidote. The rest of Soul Palace's upper echelons also said, although Dark Frost was only a fighting machine in their eyes, a high-level fighter. Even if the machine was broken, it still needed to be repaired. Otherwise, how could it fight? Therefore, they still wanted Dark Frost to live. Palace Master, you know our intentions best. How can we let you die? Yen Shifeng said anxiously, please give me a chance to make up for my mistakes. It wasn't easy for me to refine the elixir. Medicine Demon also said while kneeling. Dark Frost still didn't say anything because Ling Zhao had reminded her not to use medicine carelessly no matter what happened to her body. She was naturally willing to believe in Ling Zhao. Supreme Elder, we can't wait anymore. Use force. No matter what, we have to save Palace Master's life. A Soul Palace higher-up suddenly said, that's right. Even if Palace Master blames us, as long as her poison is cured, there will be no reason. Someone else said. Yen Shifeng hesitated for a moment and nodded. Now that Dark Frost's poison had broken out, she was definitely not as strong as him. Therefore, he only needed 3 moves to capture Dark Frost. Then Medicine Demon took out the elixir he had refined. The air was filled with a strange fragrance. The elixir looked extremely beautiful, and with one sniff, one could tell that it was good stuff. Although I don't know much about alchemy, I have read the introduction in the book. This elixir is a mysterious grade elixir. It is very suitable to treat a reincarnation divine, realm warrior. Of course, as the #1 doctor in the Western region, Medicine Demon's alchemy skills are not for show. Other than him, who else can detoxify this poison? I really don't understand why Palace Master refuses to take it. In the end, we can only use force. In the midst of everyone's discussion, Yen Shifeng had already taken the antidote from Medicine Demon. At this moment, Dark Frost's situation seemed to be getting worse. Not only was her body purplish black, but it was also beginning to swell. Yen Shifeng did not hesitate to put the antidote into Dark Frost's mouth and forced it down. "Palace Master, please forgive me for offending you." After watching Dark Frost take the antidote, Yen Shifeng let go of her, then stood aside and began to observe. The elixir melted as soon as it entered her mouth and began to take effect. Dark Frost's condition rapidly improved at a speed visible to the naked eye. "It's done. It's really done." An excited shout came from the crowd. "Ha ha ha, I've said it before. That Ling Xiao is simply a liar. When it comes to alchemy and detoxification, it's still up to Medicine Demon." Yen Shifeng was very happy. He then looked at Medicine Demon and said, "You have done a good job this time to make up for your mistakes." "Thank you, Supreme Elder," Medicine Demon said excitedly. Chapter 3378. Medicine Demon looked nervously at Dark Frost's condition. The swelling had clearly subsided. The purplish-black color also quickly disappeared. He also let out a sigh of relief. To be honest, although he was very confident in his pharmaceutical skills, he was still unsure before the medicine truly took effect. Medicine Demon is Medicine Demon, the #1 doctor in the Western region. He's not bragging. I've said it before. How can Ling Xiao compare to our Soul Palace's famous doctor? Fortunately, we used force. Otherwise, I don't know what Palace Master would do. He actually believed such a liar. Grand Elder, we request to immediately capture Ling Xiao. There's definitely something wrong with that brat. Yama seized the opportunity to speak at this moment. Yes, you're right. Ling Xiao attempted to deceive Palace Master. He's guilty of a heinous crime. We can't let him continue to be free. Yama, go personally and capture him to the underground prison. I want to personally interrogate him. Yen Shifeng couldn't wait to get Ling Xiao's things. Now, Dark Frost had no reason to protect Ling Xiao. After all, it was Medicine Demon who detoxified the poison, not Ling Xiao. Hearing this, Medicine Demon was very happy. He wanted Ling Xiao to die. This goal should be achieved as long as Grand Elder got what he wanted after interrogating him. Then, Ling Xiao naturally couldn't live. Just as everyone was trying to capture Ling Xiao, Dark Frost suddenly screamed. Her body that had almost recovered was instantly poisoned, and the speed was more than 10 times faster than before. In an instant, she had reached the state where she couldn't be cured. Moreover, this momentum was still continuing. Bastard, Medicine Demon, what's going on? Yen Shifeng's expression changed greatly. He looked at Medicine Demon and asked sternly, I don't know. This is impossible. Medicine Demon was also dumbfounded. He didn't expect this to happen. He had already done all that he could. He should have succeeded. But why? Why did this happen? Yama, who was about to leave, was also dumbfounded. The rest of the higher-ups were also dumbfounded. They thought that there was no more problem. Who knew that the situation would become more serious? Quick, go find Ling Xiao. Yen Shifeng had no other ideas at this time. Although he was extremely unwilling, the first person he thought of was still Ling Xiao. Other than Ling Xiao, there was no one else in the entire Green Zone who could possibly be better than Drug Demon in terms of medical skills. No need to look, I'm here. Ling Xiao's figure suddenly appeared before everyone. Bastard, you clearly know that today is the Hall Master's deadline, yet you still dare to be late. Do you want the Hall Master to die? Yama roared. Shut up, you idiot, what do you know? Which idiot gave her the medicine? Ling Xiao's anger was even greater than Yama's. He coldly glanced at everyone and asked harshly, It's your fault for being late. Medicine Demon refined the detoxification pill. Of course, he had to use it. Yama said indignantly, I'm late? Am I the doctor or are you the doctor? I've been with Dark Frost alone for the past 3 days. How could I not know her situation? If I say you're stupid, just admit it. Why are you still talking back? Why don't you give it a try? Ling Xiao looked at Yama contemptuously and said coldly, You. All right, since Ling Xiao is here, please treat her as soon as possible. We can't waste any more time. Yan Shifeng stopped Yama and said to Ling Xiao, I don't need you to teach me how to treat her and when to treat her. Medicine demon, give me your detoxification pills. Formula. Ling Xiao roared. In your dreams. Medicine demon gritted his teeth. When he saw Ling Xiao, he couldn't help but feel angry. Give it to him. Yan Shifeng was really speechless. Medicine demon. This idiot still couldn't see the situation at this time. Even if you want Ling Xiao to die, you have to wait until he saves Dark Frost. He roared, scaring Medicine Demon. He hurriedly gave the formula to Ling Xiao. It's simply superfluous. Although your detoxification pill won't have much effect, it can still alleviate the symptoms. But you added those ridiculous tonics. Not only did it reduce the effect of the detoxification pill, you also let those tonics nourish the goo poison and make it stronger. If you're not stupid, then you're bad. Looking at the pill formula, Ling Xiao already had confidence in his heart. He was most afraid that Medicine Demon would give Dark Frost some troublesome medicine, but the situation was obviously not that bad. All right, all of you get out. I'm enough for Dark Frost. Ling Xiao waved his hand impatiently. Some of his treatment methods really couldn't be seen by others. Those were his secrets, but these words were really domineering enough. The Soul Hall's upper echelons were uncomfortable when they heard it. Go outside and wait. Yan Shifeng was also unhappy in his heart, but when he thought of those treasures on Ling Xiao's body, he decided to endure. Moreover, other than Ling Xiao, who else could save Dark Frost? He didn't want Dark Frost to die like this. Grandpa, we can't let that guy stay with the Hall Master. What if something happens to the Hall Master? Yama was anxious. Can you shut up? They've been together for a few days, and nothing happened. Do you have to kill in front of us? Go. Yan Shifeng was really tired. Sigh. These guys in the inner hall were really spoiled. They were all brainless. At this time, they were still fussing over such trivial matters. Yama and the others all shut up and walked out of the door. Medicine Demon stared at Ling Xiao's back, his eyes emitting a venomous light. To him, Ling Xiao didn't just kill his only son. At this time, he even wanted to fight with him for credit. This was simply deliberately coming to the green zone to find trouble with him. Medicine Demon, you better not do anything now. Otherwise, if anything happens to Hall Master Dark Frost, I won't let you off. Yan Shifeng snorted and turned to leave. Medicine Demon gritted his teeth and walked out. I don't believe that Ling Xiao is only a 17-year-old youth. What can he do? He would rather Dark Frost die than let Dark Frost be saved by Ling Xiao. However, things wouldn't develop in the direction he wanted. When they left the room, it was still filled with black energy. Dark Frost would occasionally let out miserable shrieks. However, less than 3 minutes after they left the room, the black energy quickly receded. Dark Frost's screams were gone. Back in the room, Ling Xiao first absorbed the toxins from Dark Frost's body. The process caused the power in his cultivation base to surge to 100%. He was now only a hair's breadth away from a breakthrough. Furthermore, his 9-snake venom domain now had a new type of toxin, the golden silkworm venom. However, it was much weaker than before. The original golden silkworm venom was something that not even a reincarnation god-level expert like Dark Frost could resist. However, because of the limitations of his cultivation base, it could only affect martial artists in the 9th level of life seizing. Chapter 3379. Although the newly obtained golden silkworm venom of the 9-snake poison region was not fatal, in terms of weakening the opponent, it was even more terrifying than the Death Kingdom black poison. This undoubtedly increased Ling Xiao's chances of choosing in the battle. Even if he was not as strong as others, he could strengthen himself and weaken the opponent. Outside the door, everyone, including Yan Shifeng, was waiting nervously. Seeing the black smoke disappear, the screams stopped at the same time. Many people looked at each other. Did he succeed? It's also possible that the hall master was killed by that kid. Yes, it's impossible for him to be cured. Our #1 doctor in the Western region spent so many precious herbs to refine the pill, he couldn't detoxify the poison. Why did that Ling Xiao do it? He's just a 17-year-old boy. He's not even an adult yet. Shut up. Yan Shifeng felt very embarrassed. Don't you feel the aura inside? How did he raise a group of good-for-nothings? Over the years, perhaps the outer hall had become stronger and stronger and had been fighting outside, while the people of the inner hall had been pampered and gradually became more and more unbearable. He was really worried that if this went on, the inner hall would be completely replaced by the outer hall one day. Everyone was stunned for a moment before they realized that they could do that. When they calmed down and felt the aura inside, they found that Dark Frost's aura had not disappeared, but had obviously returned to normal. This clearly meant that the poison had been detoxified. This Ling Xiao is really something. He's not bragging. Although Yan Shifeng was unwilling to admit it, this was the truth. Ling Xiao had done something that even Medicine Demon could not do. Didn't this explain the problem? Creak. A moment later, the door opened. Dark Frost walked out and looked at everyone coldly. I can let bygones be bygones about you forcing me to take the pill just now. After all, you did it for my good. You were just too stupid. But I need to remind you that in order to detoxify me, Mr. Ling overworked himself and needs a long time to recover. In addition, there are still germs left by the undead king in my body that have not been completely removed. From today onwards, whoever dares to disturb Mr. Ling will be going against me, Dark Frost. I don't care who you are. Kill. After being saved by Ling Xiao again, Dark Frost's feelings for Ling Xiao had also improved. He completely regarded Ling Xiao as his own brother. Regardless of whether he was in the right or not, she would protect Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao sat there, looking very tired. It was not easy to save Dark Frost, but he was still very happy. Although he was a little tired, he was very satisfied to see Dark Frost's smiling face. Soul Palace's higher-ups looked at Dark Frost, but couldn't see any weakness from her body. Even, congratulations, Palace Master, you've actually broken through. Yan Shifeng's pupils suddenly shrank as he hurriedly said, You have good eyesight. I've indeed broken through from the first level of the reincarnation divine realm to the 2nd level. This is all thanks to Ling Xiao. So you'd better remember that Ling Xiao is my Soul Palace's benefactor. Don't always think about things that don't belong to you. You'd better hurry up and find the 7-star Combat Emperor's inheritance. Don't let your imagination run wild. Dark Frost was warning Yan Shifeng that she already knew everything and asked Yan Shifeng not to act recklessly. Now that Dark Frost's cultivation had improved and her strength had soared, Yan Shifeng was no longer her opponent. Unless he used the inner palace's treasure, it was impossible to suppress Dark Frost. Yan Shifeng sighed and said, I understand Palace Master's words. Of course, he wouldn't give up on the Ice Emperor's inheritance. However, it was probably impossible to snatch it directly. He had to find an opportunity. At this moment, Medicine Demon looked at Ling Xiao with resentment. Today, he lost to Ling Xiao in alchemy and lost the best opportunity to kill Ling Xiao. However, he wouldn't give up. Ling Zhao's existence was a huge threat to him. Not only would it weaken his title as the #1 in the Western region, but it might even disappear. He was also the murderer of his only son. No matter how difficult it was, no matter what happened, no matter who protected Ling Zhao, he wouldn't let it go. Just you wait, kid. I'll let you know how terrifying a real poison doctor is. Last time, the golden silkworm goo didn't kill you. However, next time, I won't be so impulsive. I'll think of all ways to make you die a horrible death. At this moment, he really wanted to leave as soon as possible. However, Yan Shifeng and Dark Frost didn't say anything. He could only stand there, with resentment and embarrassment in his heart. It was as if the whole world was laughing at him. Yama's mood wasn't much better than Medicine Demon's. He always felt that Dark Frost would be his when she grew up. However, now, Dark Frost was so close to Ling Zhao that she seemed to have completely ignored him. This kind of neglect, or even disregard, made his heart itch more and more unbearable. He even had an impulse to explode. The fire of jealousy burned wildly in his body. All right, if there's nothing else, you can all leave. After Dark Frost issued a warning, she didn't want to see these people in front of her anymore. She just wanted to quietly spend some time alone with Ling Zhao, lie on her brother's lap, and reminisce about the happiness of her childhood. Then, Hall Master, please have a good rest. We'll take our leave. Yan Shifeng sighed softly and led everyone away. He was very clear that Medicine Demon overreached himself this time. Not only did he fail to kill Ling Zhao, but he also further deepened the Hall Master's trust in Ling Zhao. The possibility of trying to sow discord in the future was almost zero. Therefore, if he wanted to get the Ice Emperor's inheritance, he would have to reconsider. As an old fox, he was never willing to do things that he wasn't sure of. Medicine Demon, come to my place. On the way, Yan Shifeng suddenly said to Medicine Demon. Medicine Demon was startled for a moment, but still nodded in agreement. He couldn't afford to offend Yan Shifeng, nor did he want to offend him. When they arrived at Yan Shifeng's residence, Medicine Demon said respectfully, I didn't do a good job. I've troubled Grand Elder. I don't want to talk about the past. Next, I'll give you a task. Don't do anything else during this period of time. Focus on the completion of this task. Yan Shifeng said, Grand Elder, as long as it's within my ability, I'll do my best. Medicine Demon said, I want Ling Zhao to die. Understand? Yan Shifeng went straight to the point. I understand. This task was simply too suitable for Medicine Demon. He wanted Ling Zhao to die now. Remember, it's just that you want to take revenge. This matter has nothing to do with me or the Inner Palace. Yan Shifeng said again, Of course I know. I'll never implicate Grand Elder or the Inner Palace. Medicine Demon nodded. All right, go. If you want to take revenge, you have to learn to protect yourself. There are many neutral martial artists in the Green Zone. Some are willing to kill for some spirit stones. Chapter 3380. Thank you for your advice, Grand Elder. Medicine Demon's eyes lit up. Go. I'll take my leave. After Medicine Demon left, he didn't return to his residence. Instead, he left the Soul Hall Palace and headed to the place where the neutral warriors were most concentrated in the Green Zone. Yan Shifeng was right. There were many ways to kill Ling Zhao. Doing it personally was the worst choice. One had to be smarter when killing people. At the same time, in Dark Frost's palace, Brother Ling Zhao, after this incident, I'm afraid those people won't do anything to you anymore, right? Dark Frost lay on Ling Zhao's lap like an innocent little girl. If outsiders were to see this situation, their eyeballs would probably fall out of their sockets. The dignified owner of Soul Hall, Dark Frost, was actually so close to a man and even called him brother. Silly girl, Human desire is a bottomless pit. It can't be filled. Those people don't care whether I'm a liar or not. What they care about is controlling you and the treasures on me. So, they may be more low-key in the future, but they won't give up on me. As the saying goes, it's easier to dodge an open spear than a hidden arrow. It may be more dangerous in the future. Ling Xiao said with a wry smile. Dark Frost was very strong, but in terms of scheming, even he wasn't as good as her, let alone those old foxes. Why don't I take you away from the green zone? Dark Frost was anxious. There's no need for that. Relatively speaking, it's still safe here. They won't be too arrogant. If they do, it's secretly. I can deal with ordinary problems by myself. But once we're outside, you know the situation in the meteorite zone. It's much more dangerous than here. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, and I can feel that the green zone is very helpful for cultivation. I want to stay here for a while. Don't you welcome me? How can that be? I can't wait for Brother Ling Xiao to stay by my side. Dark Frost said, that's good. Now that you've recovered and unexpectedly broke through, you should go and consolidate your cultivation. I should also seize the time to cultivate. I've gained a lot from refining medicine for you. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Right, I have something here that might be useful to you. Dark Frost suddenly said and took out a beautiful oracle bone from her storage ring. I found this in Star City. It's rumored that it's the oracle bone of the black tortoise. It contains the power of the black tortoise. Don't you cultivate the black tortoise divine body? This will be of great help to you. Who knows, it might even allow your black tortoise divine physique to advance further. It's a good thing, but I don't have anything to repay you. When Dark Frost took the oracle bone, Ling Xiao Yu Tai Chi, This was indeed the genuine black tortoise oracle bone, and it was indeed beneficial to his black tortoise divine physique. His black tortoise body, divine body's body. If he could get his hands on the black tortoise oracle bone, it wouldn't be impossible for him to advance his black tortoise divine physique to mid-grade king rank. Repay? I'm your little sister, okay? How can a sister ask her brother to repay her? What's more, you've saved me twice. I can't even repay you for saving my life. Why do you need to repay me? Dark Frost pouted and said, if you talk about repaying me again, I won't be happy. Okay. I won't talk about it anymore. Ling Xiao smiled. It wasn't easy to gain Dark Frost's trust. He felt that he was really lucky. Dark Frost, I'm afraid I have to go somewhere to cultivate the black tortoise divine body. Ling Xiao said, you want to leave this place? Dark Frost was stunned. Yes, I've checked. There's a lake southeast of the green zone. Although it's not big, it contains the power of the black tortoise. It's very helpful for cultivating the black tortoise divine body. I plan to set up a tent there to cultivate. Ling Xiao said, okay, I'll go with you. Dark Frost was worried about Ling Xiao. It's possible, but if you go with me, it'll cause too much of a commotion. I won't be able to cultivate if we attract too many people. So, I hope that you can protect me in secret if possible. Ling Xiao said. He naturally knew that someone wanted to kill him, so he didn't object when Dark Frost said that she wanted to protect him. No problem. Dark Frost nodded. The two of them finished their discussion. Ling Xiao set off for the Black Tortoise Lake. The name of the lake was given by the people of Seoul Hall. Looking down from the sky, it looked like a huge black tortoise lying there. Long Chun, hold on a little longer. I'll come to find you soon. That Prince Tian must die. Ling Xiao came to the meteorite zone after obtaining the Ice Emperor's inheritance. He only had one goal. That was to become stronger. His encounter with Dark Frost was just an accident. he still hadn't forgotten his goal. Staying under Darkfrost's protection might be safe, but he might lose his chance to get stronger. Therefore, he decided to take a gamble. Although he knew it would be dangerous, he had come this far, so there was no need for him to be afraid. The outside of Soul Hall was much livelier than the inside, because there were even more martial artists. Generally speaking, killing wasn't permitted here. After all, Soul Hall needed a stable environment. Therefore, they had to take care of people who killed people. If they didn't want to provoke Soul Hall, then no one would do anything rash. Ling Xiao didn't have the time to enjoy the scenery outside, so he hurried toward Black Tortoise Lake. That's him. Do you recognize him? As Ling Xiao walked down the street, he didn't notice that someone was watching him. Medicine Devil was in disguise and had found the person he was looking for in the neutral camp. He was an 8th Division life-sizer and would often leave the camp to hunt monsters in the meteorite zone for life crystals. Although his cultivation base was similar to Medicine Dust's, his fighting prowess was much higher. He went by the bloody name of the Butcher. That was because he killed without batting an eye and was a big fan of violence. Regardless of whether he was fighting against human warriors or monsters, his opponents would often be beaten to a pulp. "Oh, that's the kid? Don't worry, I'll kill him for you. But don't forget what you promised me." The Butcher looked coldly at the masked Medicine Devil. He didn't know who this person was, but he knew that he was very generous. Before Medicine Devil had even made a move, he had already paid for everything. In total, it was 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones. That was no small sum, enough to keep him in the green zone for 10 days. Although the green zone wasn't a city, it was still a safe zone. Therefore, mid-grade spirit stones were required. Furthermore, the spirit stones weren't for Soul Hall. As long as he stayed in the safe zone, he would have to put the 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones together with the God Devil medallion. That way, the spirit stones would disappear. If he didn't, he would be hunted down and killed. Chapter 3381. He didn't want to be killed for no reason. Ling Xiao had also been paying middle-grade spirit stones during this period of time. Anyway, he had a lot of spirit stones, and there was no need to be calculative about it. If he died because he didn't pay the spirit stones, it wouldn't be worth it. He had a feeling that the spirit stones didn't disappear or move. Instead, they all entered the God-Fiend Order. As long as the God-Fiend Order was still there, it was possible to get those spirit stones back. It was more important to cultivate now. When his cultivation reached a certain level, he could try to see what would happen if he didn't pay the spirit stones. For now, he didn't want to take the risk. As for Butcher, he was even more unwilling to take the risk. This was because he had witnessed someone being killed because he didn't pay the spirit stones. That person was stronger than him. It was his former boss. "Aren't you afraid that I won't do the job after taking the spirit stones?" Butcher laughed. "You can try." Medicine Demon sneered. The reason why he dared to pay all the spirit stones was that he wasn't afraid that Butcher wouldn't do the job. With his strength, it was very easy to kill Butcher. "Ha ha ha, I'm just joking. I've always been in this kind of business. If I don't do the job after taking the money, who would dare to ask me to do the job in the future?" Butcher laughed out loud. "All right, I don't have time to joke with you. Let's go. That kid should be going in the direction of Black Tortoise Lake. We'll deal with him there." Medicine Demon said, "Don't worry, just wait for the good news." Butcher smiled cruelly and chased after Ling Xiao's back. "Humph, it's best if you can kill Ling Xiao. If you can't, I can use his corpse. I'm afraid you've never dreamed that the wine I treated you to just now was poisoned, right?" Seeing Butcher leave, Medicine Demon sneered. He wasn't very clear about Ling Xiao's strength, so he wasn't sure if Butcher could kill Ling Xiao. Therefore, he had two backup plans. Even if Butcher couldn't kill Ling Xiao, the poison would still erupt. At that time, Butcher's corpse would become a poison bomb. As long as Ling Xiao was within 10 meters of him, he would be affected by the poison. The closer he got, the greater the danger. If they were within 1 or 2 meters of each other, he believed that Ling Xiao would have been killed instantly. How dare you offend me, medicine demon, and kill my only son? Ling Xiao, just wait for my crazy revenge. The black tortoise lake was not big, and one could see the edge of it at a glance. However, the energy contained within it was something that could not be ignored. Ling Xiao stood at the edge of Xuanwu Lake, feeling the wind blowing from the surface of the lake. Even in the wind, there was an aura that made one's spirit tremble. What are you doing? Just as Ling Xiao was about to enter Black Tortoise Lake to cultivate, a voice suddenly rang out. His voice was somewhat ferocious. Clearly, he didn't come with good intentions. Ling Xiao turned his head and saw a group of martial artists. None of them had very high cultivation bases. Most were only in the 6th or 7th division of life seizing. However, there were quite a few of them. There were actually over 100 of them. I'm here to cultivate. Ling Xiao replied, Cultivate? Don't you know the rules? The leader of the group seemed to be at the peak of the 7th division of life seizing. He carried a huge saber over his shoulder, and his body was covered with tattoos that extended all the way down to his neck. Rules, Ling Xiao said, a bit puzzled. The green zone was a public safety zone. If there had to be rules, they would be rules set by the Soul Hall. These people weren't wearing the uniform of the Soul Hall. Clearly, they weren't martial artists. What rules did they have? This Black Tortoise Lake is the territory of the Whale Gang. If you want to cultivate here, you have to pay 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones a day. How many days do you plan on cultivating here? The man asked. The Whale Gang's territory. Ling Xiao laughed. I've only ever heard of the Soul Hall, not the Whale Gang. Since when did the Whale Gang get mentioned in the same breath as the Soul Hall? Nonsense, the man shouted. The Whale Gang's boss is an elder of the Soul Hall. Pay up, or get the hell out of here. 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 The green zone is a public place. Not even the Soul Hall can force me to pay, much less you people. Ling Xiao didn't give a damn about these people. They were nothing more than bandits who wanted to rob people. Chuckling disdainfully, he walked toward the lake. Stinking brat, how dare you disregard our words? Brothers, surround him. The leader of the group roared furiously. Whoosh, whoosh. Over 100 people surrounded Ling Xiao, not giving him a chance to escape. I'd advise you not to do anything, Yang Qi said. If you do, people will die. Ling Xiao didn't want to bicker with these people, but if they didn't know what was good for them, he wouldn't be polite. So, now, you know people will die? If you're scared, pay up. We do business fairly. Pay up, and you can cultivate. The leader laughed maniacally. Oh, really? Well then, Black Tortoise Lake is mine. Get the hell out of here. Or you can pay 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Ling Xiao mocked. I do things fairly. You can stay as long as you pay up. This brat is looking for death. Don't waste your breath on him. Brothers, attack. The leader roared angrily and charged towards Ling Xiao. Seeing this person rushing over, Ling Xiao sighed. He just wanted to cultivate in peace. But why did he have to encounter this kind of trouble wherever he went? Get lost. Thunder roared. Ling Xiao threw out a palm, and the leader was sent flying. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Still not getting lost. Ling Xiao didn't care about that person's life and death. He glared at the crowd. Run. Those people were cocky at first because they didn't know how powerful Ling Xiao was. Who would dare to stop Ling Xiao after seeing that he had actually beaten their boss to such a state? The group of people all ran away. Ling Xiao didn't bother to look at those people anymore. He stepped on the lake, and his body gradually sank into the water. Behind him, the canopy beast martial spirit appeared. The canopy beast allowed him to swim in the lake with ease. It made the entire black tortoise lake seem like his body. Next, I can cultivate the king-level black tortoise body. Ling Xiao exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. He held the black tortoise oracle bone in his hand and began to cultivate. At this time, the sky was gradually darkening. Many people noticed the strange scene in Black Tortoise Lake. The lake water was gradually rising, giving birth to thick water vapor. The entire Black Tortoise Lake was covered, and no one could see what was happening inside. The black tortoise's power was constantly released from the bottom of the lake and integrated into Ling Xiao's body. The black tortoise oracle bone in his hand gradually became smaller. After entering the meteorite area, he had been tormented for a long time. Now, he could finally cultivate. However, obtaining the black tortoise oracle bone was a surprise. This thing was more important to him than the Ice Emperor's inheritance. Chapter 3382. As Ling Xiao was focused on his cultivation, a shadowy figure appeared next to Lake Xuanwu. The people from the whale gang had appeared with him. Big Bro Butcher, that guy went into Lake Xuanwu to cultivate. Clearly, the whale gang members were familiar with the butcher. In fact, they even had a good relationship. Why is this guy cultivating in such a big way? Don't tell me he lied to me. He's not even in the 6th stratum of life seizing. The sight of Ling Xiao's cultivation caused the butcher's heart to pound. He wasn't an idiot. Although he had taken someone's money, he still had to protect his own reputation. Besides, he wasn't a professional assassin. There was no need for him to care so much about professional ethics. Big Bro Butcher, that kid isn't weak. He killed our boss with a single palm strike. One of the whale gang members said, "Your boss is a piece of trash. Most 8th stratum life seizers could kill him with a single palm strike, but he's clearly only in the 6th stratum of life seizing. How did he do it?" The butcher's suspicions only grew. He thought about it. The mission had to be accomplished, but he couldn't just attack recklessly. Big Bro Butcher, one of the whale gang members, said, "That kid is cultivating, so he definitely isn't on guard. If you help us, we can kill him. On the one hand, we can get revenge for our boss. On the other hand, Lake Xuanwu is a good place. We can't let it fall into that kid's hands." The whale gang member said. His words reminded the butcher of something. "That's right. Why don't we join forces? If these guys want revenge, I might as well take advantage of them." The butcher chuckled inwardly. "Fine. Since I'm on good terms with your boss, I'll help you get your revenge. But that kid is strong. In a head-on fight, I might not be able to kill him easily, so I'll have to trouble you to attack first and delay him. That way, I'll be able to sneak up on him and end his life. But Big Bro Butcher, that kid is really strong. I'm afraid we're not a match for him." The whale gang's members were also cowards. They wanted to avenge their boss, but they were also afraid that Ling Xiao was too strong and that they wouldn't be a match for him. A bunch of cowards. That brat just now was just a sneak attack. Furthermore, as you said, he is currently cultivating. You suddenly launched an attack and had the advantage of numbers. What was there to be afraid of? Besides, am I not here? Butcher cursed. "All right, Big Brother Butcher, we'll listen to you, but you have to hurry up. If we're late, I'm afraid we'll have to sacrifice a lot." In the end, the whale gang couldn't bear to part with the benefits of Black Tortoise Lake. After all, by guarding this place, there would be income every day. Once they were chased away, they probably wouldn't even be able to pay their filial piety to the master of the fiend god token. He could only give it his all. Furthermore, according to Butcher, this sneak attack had a high chance of succeeding. After all, they had the advantage in numbers. Coupled with Butcher's strength, they were not afraid of failure. That's right. Your boss is still waiting for you to avenge him. You must not admit defeat. Butcher sneered in his heart. What did these people's lives have to do with him? All he had to do was complete his mission. Brothers, get ready to sneak up on that brat and attack together. We'll avenge our boss and take back our territory. If their boss was dead, then there was still their second boss. The Whale Gang was a loose organization, but there were still a few leaders. Everyone responded, then simultaneously crept towards Ling Xiao's location. Although the water vapor was very thick and foggy, it was nothing to martial artists. However, these people didn't know that Ling Xiao had already sensed them as soon as they stepped onto the surface of Black Tortoise Lake. Dark Frost, you don't have to do anything. Once you do, there will be a lot of trouble. I'll take care of this bunch of trash. Ling Xiao knew that if he discovered these people, Dark Frost would definitely have discovered them as well. However, Dark Frost was a trump card that could only be used at the most critical moment. If he could take care of the problem, it was best not to use it lightly. Otherwise, if Soul Hall were to intervene, it would be bad. All right, be careful. Dark Frost's spiritual transmission wasn't a problem. As a Spiritas, and as the Hall Master of Soul Hall, this was her specialty. After notifying Dark Frost, Ling Xiao activated his Taiji eye and scanned his surroundings. On the surface of the lake, the people walking towards him were the Whale Gang members. He was somewhat curious. Were these people not afraid of death? He'd already given them a chance, but they didn't cherish it. Since that was the case, he'd just kill them all. He couldn't even be bothered to do anything. He took out a formation stone. It was the Lesser Myriad Lightning Immortal Slaying Formation. The Whale Gang members were quietly creeping towards Ling Xiao. Butcher was also prepared to attack. Although the person who'd given him the spirit stones hadn't revealed his identity, he could roughly guess that he was most likely a high-ranking member of Soul Hall. Since it wasn't convenient for them to act personally, they'd asked him to do it. Therefore, he didn't dare not complete this mission. If he offended a high-ranking member of Soul Hall, only death would await him. At that moment, a sudden bolt of lightning struck the surface of the lake. Rumbling sounds rang out continuously. Butcher jumped in fright. Countless people turned to look in his direction. At the same time, the Whale Gang members on the surface of the lake began to scream miserably. How could they still be thinking about revenge? All they could do was flee for their lives. Unfortunately for them, Ling Xiao had already unleashed his canopy beast, Martial Soul. The entirety of Lake Xuanwu was under his control. Terrifying waves of water slammed them all back into the lake. Then they continued to be bombarded by lightning. In just a few minutes, hundreds of people had died. Over 100 people died, tragically on the surface of the lake. Even their corpses were burned to ashes. Not a single one was left behind. Heavens! What's going on over there? Is some demonling causing trouble? Off in the distance, people began to cry out in alarm. I've heard people say that there's a Xuanwu beast living in Lake Xuanwu. Although it's not a real Xuanwu, it's still a 9th level 1-star life-sizer demonling. I bet that demonling went crazy. Oh my God! Judging from the screams, quite a few people died. Let's go watch the show. Do you want to die? Do you want to die? What's there to be afraid of? Just stay away. Lake Xuanwu is pretty big. There really were people in the world who didn't care if they died or not. Everyone hurried over to the shore of Lake Xuanwu. Then he saw a gigantic monster rising into the air from the lake. It was none other than the Canopy Beast. Ling Xiao had used his Canopy Beast Martial Soul to create something like that. Making this thing was naturally to scare off some martial artists with insufficient strength. Oh my God! It's a canopy beast. Judging from its strength, it's at least in the 8th level of life seizing, right? The onlookers were all crying out in alarm. Although they didn't see a Xuanwu beast, they did see a canopy beast, which was just as powerful. Chapter 33, 83. In the crowd, the butcher was also watching the scene unfold above Xuanwu Lake. He couldn't help but gape. This wasn't something an ordinary cultivator could do, but after a while, he calmed down. This scene is probably caused by his martial soul. The more he acts like this, the more it shows that he's strong on the outside but weak on the inside. It seems like it's time for me to make a move. He guessed that Ling Xiao was busy dealing with the whale gang and hadn't noticed him. He sped up and dove into Xuanwu Lake. True essence wrapped around his body, and he released his martial soul. The butcher's martial soul was a blade, a blood-red blade. It was a very unconventional blade, martial soul. When it was released, the air was filled with the smell of blood. But because of the chaos at Xuanwu Lake, the smell of blood was masked by the smell of fish. Ling Xiao wouldn't be able to detect it. This was why the butcher dared to release his martial soul. But when he was about 100 meters away from Ling Xiao, a figure suddenly emerged from the water. The butcher stopped in his tracks and looked at the figure in front of him in shock. Wasn't this the target of his mission? You're also here to kill me? Ling Xiao asked coldly. Ha ha, it's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. I'm just here to check out the situation. The butcher laughed. Is that so? It seems like I've misunderstood you. Ling Xiao shook his head and turned to leave. This is the chance. The butcher hadn't expected that Ling Xiao would believe his words so easily. He saw Ling Xiao turn his back on him. Thinking that his chance had come, he charged forward. The steel blade in his hand, infused with the power of his martial soul, stabbed into Ling Xiao's body. But in the next moment, the butcher was stunned. It didn't feel like he was stabbing into a person's body. It felt more like he was stabbing into water. Splash! The figure scattered, turning into waves and falling into the lake. On the other side, another figure appeared. It was Ling Xiao again. You're really here to kill me. Who sent you? Ling Xiao's voice was cold. Tell me who's behind this, and I can spare your life. Brat, you are indeed cunning to be able to form a water clone. However, the more you do this, the weaker your strength is. He could only rely on this trick to save his life. At first, I was afraid of you. But now, do you want to know who's behind this? In your dreams. Butcher sneered, and the blood-red sword soul behind him became even brighter. Hee, actually, even if you don't tell me, I can guess a little. I haven't been in the green zone for long, and I've only offended a few people. Those who could hire assassins were probably people from Soul Palace, Yama, or Medicine Demon. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Seeing Ling Xiao's fearless expression, Butcher couldn't help but frown. He didn't know if this kid was really unafraid or just bluffing, but he felt that things might be more troublesome than he had imagined. I don't know. Butcher shook his head. You don't need to know because you're about to die. After saying that, he charged at Ling Xiao again. This butcher was indeed someone who dared to hunt monsters in a group of monsters. His movements were smooth and fast, like a ferocious demonic beast. He arrived in front of Ling Xiao in an instant. His sword light was filled with murderous intent. Blood bloomed. This sword light was aimed at Ling Xiao's neck. Butcher loved to cut his opponents into pieces, be it monsters or martial artists. He liked this method because he felt that it was more violent and more in line with his aesthetics. Interesting. Then I'll use you as a practice partner. Your strength is much stronger than Yao Chen's. Ling Xiao saw Butcher's strength. Not only was he not afraid, but he was also very excited. It was not easy to meet such an opponent. He didn't use his beast soul transformation. Instead, he raised his sword and blocked Butcher's attack. Boom! The tyrannical attack caused Ling Xiao to sink into the depths of the water. Ling Xiao could feel that the cultivation barrier in his body was gradually being torn apart. "Nice one. Again," he said, rising to his feet. Smiling, he looked at Butcher. "Oh, you're pretty good, aren't you? But do you dare to block my next move? Bloodblade saber technique. Bloodlight calamity." Butcher could sense Ling Xiao's strength. Just as the Soul Hall expert had said, he was in the 6th division of life seizing. The only difference was that his defenses were a bit stronger. In that case, Butcher had nothing to fear. Even if Bai Xiaochun was a turtle shell, he would shatter it. The steel saber in his hand transformed into a terrifying beam of blood-colored light. The beam of blood-colored light was 4 or 5 meters long, and it slashed toward Ling Xiao's waist. His blood-blade saber technique was extremely terrifying. Usually, he would use it to fight monsters or warriors. It was a move that was incomparably powerful. It was incomparably ferocious. Many of the martial artists who sensed his bloodthirsty killing intent were so frightened that their legs went weak. They simply couldn't stand up to him. Incredible! Ling Xiao sighed in admiration. That's how it is. The stronger you are, the better. Otherwise, you won't be able to pique my interest. Bullshit! Butcher raged. Not only was Bai Xiaochun not afraid of his powerful attack, he was even criticizing it. Butcher's pride was hurt. Butcher was a man who cared a lot about face. Boom! Boom! Ling Xiao casually slashed out with his sword. Although it wasn't as powerful as Butcher's, it was extremely accurate. It blocked the ferocious saber strike. Terrifying power surged out from the saber, piercing through revered ice sword. Ling Xiao was once again sent flying backward. The cracks in his cultivation base barrier were even wider now. Ling Xiao also realized something else. That was the black tortoise oracle bone that he had been holding in his left hand. When he was being beaten, the speed at which it shrank became even faster. Massive amounts of Xuanwu power poured out of the oracle bone into his body. His king-class Xuanwu divine body was rapidly growing stronger. Mid-king-class Xuanwu divine body. Completion rate, 5%. Again, originally, Ling Xiao planned to complete the king-class Xuanwu divine body through cultivation. However, in a battle, the speed of improvement would be faster. Your defense is really strong, but if it's just defense, I'll make sure you die a horrible death. Butcher stopped talking nonsense. There were a total of 72 saber strikes in the blood saber technique. He kept attacking Ling Xiao, not giving Ling Xiao any chance to breathe. He didn't believe that Ling Xiao would still be alive after 72 saber strikes. Mid-king class Xuanwu divine body. Completion rate, 10%. Mid-king class Xuanwu divine body. Completion rate, 20%. Mid-king class Xuanwu divine body. Completion rate, 90%. Ling Xiao was bleeding from the corner of his mouth. The Xuanwu oracle bone in his hand had completely disappeared. His mid-king class Xuanwu divine body was close to completion. On the other side, Butcher's expression had changed drastically, and he was panting heavily. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, seemed to be safe and sound. Chapter 3384. The Butcher had already used 70 of his 72 saber strikes, and only had 2 left, and yet Ling Xiao only had a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. He didn't seem to be seriously injured. There was no way he was going to die. The Butcher had a feeling that Ling Xiao was getting stronger and stronger. At first, he had been able to send Ling Xiao flying. But now, he was only able to push him back 2 or 3 steps. Scared. Ling Xiao said mockingly, "Scared? Why would I be scared? You're nothing but a piece of trash who can only defend. Why would I be scared? My blood saber technique and my two most powerful attacks are enough to kill you. The butcher was terrified, but at the same time, he didn't want to leave. He was worried that Ling Xiao was just bluffing. Who knew if he was actually on the verge of death? He had been in a similar situation before, but at that time, he had been the one bluffing. After his opponent left, he slumped to the ground, paralyzed. He suspected that Ling Xiao was in the same situation. Pretending to be weak didn't seem to be a problem. In fact, he even seemed to be getting stronger. In fact, he was so weak that he couldn't get any weaker. Therefore, he didn't want to leave. If he left, he wouldn't be able to complete his mission. What if experts from Soul Hall came looking for him? At the thought of this, he gritted his teeth and released an even more powerful aura from his body. The blood-red light almost enveloped his entire body. Blood Saber Technique, 71st Saber Strike, Merciless Blood Buddha. Suddenly, the image of a blood-red Buddha appeared in front of the butcher. Butcher roared, and his attack was already launched. Rumble! This attack was even more powerful than the previous ones. However, the terrifying pressure caused Ling Xiao to break through the final shackle. Second level black tortoise god body complete. The black tortoise god body had finally reached the mid-king class. Not only that, but demonic tribulation lightning also appeared. It merged with the lightning of the lesser myriad lightning immortal slaying formation, so no one noticed. However, Ling Xiao knew that he was on the verge of a breakthrough. Once he passed this tribulation, he would be a 7th level life-sizer. At that point, this piece of trash in front of him wouldn't be a problem at all. However, during the tribulation transcendence, one could not fight. One could only hide. Fortunately, he had the absolute frost domain and blizzard ice ceiling steps, which could be put to good use. Blood blade technique, 72nd blade, boundless blood sea. Even more frenzied attacks were launched. Even the water in Xuanwu Lake was stirred up. The waves and the blood-red light merged into one, turning into a huge blood-red saber that slashed down at Ling Xiao. Butcher also noticed that Ling Xiao was about to break through. He absolutely could not let this happen. It was already very difficult for him to defeat Ling Xiao now. If he allowed Ling Xiao to break through, wouldn't it be even more difficult? Therefore, he had the intention of risking his life with this strike. Even if he was struck by the demonic lightning in the sky, he would still kill Ling Xiao. It had to be said that this guy's luck was extremely good. Despite his ferocious attacks, he wasn't hit by a single bolt of demonic lightning. Almost all the demonic lightning landed on Ling Xiao's body and continuously tempered Ling Xiao's body. Just as my Yuan Venerate Master said, the stronger a martialist's power is, the more heaven-defying it is, and the more unreasonable it is, the stronger the lightning tribulation will be. The possibility of death is very high. However, the benefits obtained once a breakthrough are huge. It had to be known that the tempering effect of so many lightning strikes was extremely good for one's body. Ling Xiao even discovered that his king-grade black tortoise divine body seemed to have started to improve once again. The king-grade black tortoise divine body's completion rate was actually rising continuously under this terrifying lightning tribulation. Although it wasn't as fast as the black tortoise armor bone, it was still improving. Suddenly, Butcher's attack arrived. Ling Xiao simply couldn't resist. However, dodging wasn't a problem for him at all. Blizzard ice ceiling steps. As Ling Xiao uttered these few words, the surroundings were instantly filled with snow and wind. Ling Xiao's figure was faintly discernible. In an instant, he had already changed positions. Butcher also suddenly discovered that his attack speed and movement speed had slowed down, which was really awkward. His powerful attack landed directly on the surface of the lake and didn't cause the slightest bit of damage to Ling Xiao. The butcher was completely dumbfounded. No, what kind of strange movement technique is this? How can this be? He clearly couldn't dodge in front of me. Butcher stood there, forgetting to attack. There are many things in this world that you don't know. A fool actually dares to try and kill me for some money. Get lost. I can spare your life on account of the fact that you helped me break through my cultivation base today. Don't be stubborn. Otherwise, I won't show you any mercy. Ling Xiao naturally wasn't afraid of Butcher. However, he was still in the process of breaking through, so he couldn't attack. He might as well let Butcher off and let Dark Frost follow him to see who had sent him. Bullshit. You're a trifling 6th division life-sizer. Even if you break through, you'll only be in the 7th division. How dare you talk to me like that? Do you really think I can't kill you? Butcher clearly felt insulted. His cultivation base was so weak, and yet he dared to look down on him. If that wasn't insulting, then what was? Enraged, Butcher once again unleashed his blood saber technique. Perhaps it was because he was enraged, but the saber technique seemed even more powerful than before. Unfortunately, its accuracy was far from perfect. You're in the middle of a tribulation, brat. I refuse to believe that you were lucky enough to escape the first time, let alone the second time. Of course, one of the reasons Butcher refused to leave was because Ling Xiao was in the middle of a tribulation. Not only was a person in the middle of a tribulation extremely weak, they could also be injured. This was the perfect opportunity for him to kill Ling Xiao. Blood-colored saber light once again enveloped Ling Xiao, one saber strike after another. And yet, Butcher's heart was as cold as ice. That was because as soon as he got close to Ling Xiao, he felt as if he were being frozen solid by a terrifying frigid energy. Although he could still move, both his attacks and his movements were incredibly slow. His entire body was covered with ice crystals. All he could do was watch as Ling Xiao slowly walked past him. Obviously, he wasn't moving very quickly, but there was nothing he could do. What kind of bizarre movement technique is that? How could there be something like that in the world? Butcher's eyes flickered, not with fear, but with greed. If I could get a movement technique like that, I'd be so much stronger. Not to mention anything else, I'd be able to hunt for life crystals much faster. Human greed was more terrifying than anything else. It could take over all other emotions. Butcher had been preparing to flee. However, at that moment, he took out a strange medicinal pill and swallowed it. It had been given to him by one of the experts from the Hall of Souls, who had said that if anything went wrong, he could swallow it, and his strength would increase by at least 2 or 3 times. The butcher felt that it was time to consume the elixir. Chapter 3385. Ai Chi. The butcher howled madly. The medicinal pill had taken effect, and his body began to transform, making him look like a bloodthirsty person. Despite the pain, he could sense his body growing stronger. At the very least, he was 3 times stronger than before. It was a feeling that boosted his confidence. He didn't care what happened to his body. In this world, as long as you were strong enough, even if you were a monster, you could have anything you wanted. The blood saber, martial soul behind him grew brighter. It shone even more brightly than the lightning. Off in the distance, many of the onlookers could see the figure within the blood-colored light. Isn't that the butcher? What's he doing? I think there's someone else. I recognize him. That's the kid Dark Frost brought back. I think he's only in the 6th level of life seizing. Why are they fighting? I don't know. But if they fight, won't that Ling Xiao kid be dead for sure? That's for sure. After all, the butcher is in the 8th level of life seizing, and his fighting prowess is among the top. The onlookers had changed from fear to excitement. They had assumed that some monster was causing trouble, but who could have guessed that it was actually two martial artists fighting? Let's see how you're going to dodge this, kid. He used the blood saber technique again, and the terrifying blood-colored light was several times stronger than before. The power was also several times stronger. His speed was also several times faster. The blood-colored light also greatly increased the butcher's resistance. The butcher was practically immune to the effects of the blizzard ice ceiling steps. Even if he was affected, it would be minimal. Blood-colored butcher's saber. He roared, and the terrifying saber energy closed in. The butcher was only about 10 meters away from Ling Xiao. Moreover, this saber chi could ignore a distance of 10 meters. If it hit, Ling Xiao would be dead beyond the shadow of a doubt. Time to die, kid. The butcher's face rippled with excitement. He was incomparably excited. He was about to get his hands on that mysterious and unfathomable movement technique. However, a moment later, his body suddenly went stiff. Frigid domain. Ling Xiao's voice was cold and sinister, with a hint of disdain. The blizzard ice ceiling steps was originally meant to be used in conjunction with the domain of extreme cold. In the extreme cold domain, the blizzard ice ceiling steps could completely ignore the effects of the cold. But his opponent couldn't. The butcher's body was completely frozen in ice, like an ice sculpture. If it weren't for the fact that Ling Xiao was still breaking through and couldn't attack, Butcher would definitely be dead by now, even though it was only for a moment. But that brief moment was enough for Ling Xiao to dodge Butcher's attack. So cold. The butcher shuddered. There were even ice crystals on his eyelashes. He looked at Ling Xiao with trepidation, his eyes filled with uncontrollable fear. Get lost. This is your last chance. Don't be stubborn. Otherwise, I'll let you know what regret is. Ling Xiao still wanted to cast a long line, to catch a big fish. Whether it was Yama or Medicine Demon, he had to know who was the one who attacked him, so that he could take revenge. However, upon hearing his words, the butcher thought that he was afraid. Originally, he already had the thought of escaping, but at this time, a crazy killing intent once again ignited in his heart. Escape? I won't escape. The butcher smiled coldly and said, just now should be your final move, right? The next attack, you probably can't avoid it anymore. Idiot! Ling Xiao really took it to this guy, to actually be able to interpret his words like this. It was really enough. All right, since you think so, then I'll accompany you to the end. I want to see how strong you can still be after eating that lousy medicinal pill. Ling Xiao already reached the final stage of transcending the tribulation. As long as the lightning tribulation was completed, his cultivation would break through. At that time, it was absolutely impossible for him to let this guy leave. Since he wanted to die, he would fulfill this guy's wish. As for casting a long line to catch a big fish, there was no need. Either way, it was either Yama or Medicine Demon. As long as he paid more attention in the future, he could also find out. Brat, stop your senseless bravado. I've seen too many people like you. The more you talk like this, the more you'll show your weakness. With a furious roar, the butcher finally used the last move of his blood blade technique once again. A terrifying blood-colored light shot toward Ling Xiao, accompanied by an enormous wave. Holy crap! Why is the butcher using this move on that piece of trash? Yeah, I'm confused too. This is his strongest attack, right? Is it really worth it to use it on a 6-stage life-sizer? I don't understand. I don't understand at all. The onlookers from off in the distance all expressed their confusion. It was at this point that a masked man appeared in the middle of the crowd. Cold eyes shone from the 2 holes of the mask. This Ling Xiao really does have the legacy of the Ice Emperor, and it seems he's already started cultivating it. ignoring everything else, just the frigid domain, and the blizzard ice ceiling steps are enough to make anyone drool. That is, if I can get it. This man was none other than Medicine Demon. When Lung Qiuyan had mentioned the legacy of the Ice Emperor, he had assumed it was just a guess. After all, at that time, there was no proof. But today, after seeing Ling Zhao's fighting style, there was no doubt that it was the legacy of the Ice Emperor. His greed grew even more intense. Kill that brat and take his soul realm. Then I'll know the full text of the Ice Emperor's legacy. The medicine devil thought coldly. He didn't know if the butcher would succeed today, but his goal for killing Ling Xiao had changed. Previously, he had simply wanted to avenge his son. But now he had a new idea. If he could obtain the legacy of the Ice Emperor, he could become a paragon of the Soul Hall. Even Yan Shifeng and Dark Frost would have to give him face. Unlike now, when he was like a dog in front of Yan Shifeng and couldn't even raise his head in front of Dark Frost, the medicine devil didn't notice that a pair of eyes were staring at him in the darkness. Although Dark Frost hadn't made a move, she had been paying attention to her surroundings. The medicine devil might be wearing a mask and restraining his aura, but how could he avoid her soul power? So it's you. I've already forgiven you for the golden silkworm goo, but you didn't repent. You even dared to hire someone to kill my brother Ling Xiao. If I, Dark Frost, don't kill you, how can I face him? Dark Frost gritted her teeth. But at this moment, she didn't make a move. There were too many people. If she killed the medicine devil, it would definitely cause unnecessary trouble. Even if she wasn't afraid, she had to consider Ling Zhao's safety. The battle on the other side seemed to be coming to an end. Even though the butcher used the last move of the blood blade technique, he still couldn't resist the double binding of the extreme cold field and blizzard ice ceiling steps. And thanks to him, Ling Zhao's extreme cold field and blizzard ice ceiling steps both advanced. The former reached the great success realm. The latter reached the great perfection realm. He became stronger than before. Boom! The last demonic lightning struck Ling Xiao. Chapter 3386. The cultivation session was finally over. Ling Xiao was now in the 7th division of life seizing. Die! Ling Xiao couldn't be bothered to waste his breath on the butcher. He didn't use his beast soul transformation either. Instead, he leaped into the air and unleashed his Ghost God Seal. The Ghost God Seal was a technique below the 7th division of life seizing. It really did seem like a ghost god. The Ghost God Seal slammed into the butcher. The butcher didn't even have time to react. It was too fast. So fast that the butcher couldn't even see it clearly. Ai-chi! The butcher screamed miserably. He flew backward dozens of meters, gasping for breath. In the Archean necropolis, most martial arts techniques were only at the high level of the general class. There weren't many at the peak of the general class. That was why the Ghost God Seal was such a deadly move. There was no need to use the 9 sovereign sword incantation against the butcher. I can't believe it's a peak general class martial art. This kid isn't simple. Yeah, he sent the butcher flying with a single palm strike. Don't tell me he's stronger than an 8th division life-sizer? Well, that makes sense. Otherwise, why would Hallmaster Darkfrost bring a piece of trash back with her? The wind had changed so quickly. Seeing that Ling Xiao had gained the upper hand, the onlookers began to speak in a different tone. Don't kill me. I was just hired to help. I have no grudge with you. The butcher shouted, finally feeling fear. Do you really think your bullshit is going to work now? You had plenty of chances to get the hell out of here. But instead of leaving, you kept attacking me. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Ling Xiao walked coldly toward the butcher. Although the butcher was a pathetic killer, he was just as repulsive as the person behind the scenes. Oh, right. I know who sent me to kill you." The butcher shouted. "Oh!" Ling Xiao looked at the butcher, waiting for him to continue. "Spare my life, and I'll tell you." The butcher said, "You don't have the right to bargain with me." Ling Xiao raised his right hand and began to form his golden dragon seal. He didn't want to waste time in this fight. At this moment, Butcher was already heavily injured. Therefore, the high-level general realm martial arts technique, Golden Dragon Seal, was enough to solve the problem. "It's a Soul Palace expert," Butcher roared. "Although I don't know who he is, he must be a high-ranking member of Soul Palace." "Is that all?" Ling Xiao mocked. "What's the point of saying something that I already know?" The Golden Dragon Seal finally blasted out. Ling Xiao showed no mercy at all. How could he possibly pity such a person? "Trash!" Medicine Demon cursed in the distant crowd. He had thought that butcher would be able to kill Ling Xiao, but who would have thought that it would end up like this? But it doesn't matter. "Ling Xiao, you probably wouldn't have guessed what I did to that butcher." The corners of his mouth curled up into a cold smile, while his eyes were filled with murderous intent. However, because he was wearing a mask, no one could see him. Boom! The golden dragon seal fell, and Butcher was completely dead. However, at that moment, Ling Xiao's expression changed drastically. "Ha ha ha, die. The goo poison that I implanted in Butcher's body is several times more powerful than the golden silkworm goo. Even you can't resist it." Medicine Demon watched excitedly as countless black lights shot toward Ling Xiao. At that moment, he seemed to have seen Ling Xiao being killed by the goo poison. What a pity! Ling Xiao's response was much better than he had imagined. Arctic Domain. The moment the black lights shot out, Ling Xiao released the Arctic Domain. The Arctic Domain froze the black lights for a moment. 9-Snake General Beast Spirit Transformation. Canopy Beast, Water Giant. At the same time as the 9-Snake General Beast Spirit Transformation, Ling Xiao also released the Canopy Beast Spirit Transformation. At the same time, the Water Giant was formed. It actually took away all the goo poison. Boom! In the sky, the Water Giant exploded, and the goo poison also spread out. 9-Snake Devour. 9 snake heads poked out from behind Ling Xiao. They devoured all the goo poison in the sky. It was not as powerful as the initial goo poison, and with the distance, it became easier to devour. What? Seeing this, Medicine Demon was dumbfounded. If he was not wearing a mask, people would have seen his ridiculous expression. Never in his wildest dreams would he have imagined that Ling Xiao actually had this kind of ability. I understand now. No wonder this guy could cure the golden silkworm goo poison in Darkfrost's body. He must have relied on this special beast spirit. At this moment, Medicine Demon suddenly realized. However, he guessed wrong. If it was just the 9-Snake General Beast Spirit, it could only solve the problem temporarily. In the long run, it could not get rid of the root cause. In the end, it was Ling Xiao's alchemy skills that cured the root cause. Unfortunately, Medicine Demon was wrong. Damn it, I'll let you off for tonight. Butcher had failed, and the goo poison had no effect. Medicine Demon had failed completely. He could only turn around and leave helplessly. However, there was no way he would let Ling Xiao off just like that. Ling Xiao had slaughtered the whale gang in the Green Zone and had even killed Butcher. That was a grave sin. Soul Hall could not ignore it. A moment later, a group of martial artists arrived. Their leader was none other than Yama, and the others were all 8th Division Life Seizers. They were Soul Hall's enforcers. They dealt with people who dared to cause trouble in the Green Zone. When he saw Yama, Ling Xiao frowned. Enemies really do meet on a narrow road. Just now, The goo poison that had exploded from Butcher's body had already told him who the mastermind was. It was Medicine Demon, without a doubt. And now Yama was here. These two fellows must have communicated with each other. He had offended two of Soul Hall's 3 devils. If it were anyone else, they would have been scared to death. However, his expression didn't change at all. His cultivation base had already broken through, and with the unbounded heavenly rat beast soul transformation, he was strong enough to contend with Yama. And with the legacy of the Ice Emperor, he could kill Yama even without using his tyrant martial soul. Therefore, it was best that Medicine Demon didn't cause trouble for him. Otherwise, if he were to flip out, the green zone would definitely be consigned to eternal damnation. It really is you. You're simply a troublemaker. Someone reported that you killed Butcher and slaughtered the Whale Gang. Do you think this is your 8 Immortals' kingdom? This is the Green Zone, Soul Hall's territory. As soon as Yama arrived, he blasted Yang Chi to his face. Cut the crap. Everyone knows why you're here. You want to kill me? Come on. Ling Xiao looked at Yama mockingly. Did that old dog Medicine Demon go back and tell you? Go back and tell him that I killed his son, and now I'm going to kill him. Tell him to wash his neck clean and wait. Using such a despicable method to deal with me is a disgrace. The mighty 3 devils of Soul Hall are nothing more than this. You dare to throw dirty water at me? Let me ask you, did you kill those people? The Yama's expression turned somewhat awkward, but he quickly regained his composure and said coldly, Chapter 3387. That's right. I killed them. Ling Xiao said, nodding. That's good enough. How dare you kill innocent people in the Green Quarter? You'll be expelled. Yama chuckled coldly. Only by expelling Ling Xiao would he have a chance to kill Ling Xiao. Inside the Green Quarter, Ling Xiao had Dark Frost protection. But outside, who could protect Ling Xiao? Innocent? Hee, could they be considered innocent? If they hadn't tried to kill me, why would I have killed them? If they hadn't, why would I have killed them? Ling Xiao chuckled coldly. Dead men tell no tales. Yang Chi said coolly, you only have one side of the story. Apparently, Yama had Ling Xiao under control. If you have a mind to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. Ling Xiao sneered. Fine, I killed them. But so what? You people from the Hall of Souls killed just as many people as I did, right? Do you have to be expelled as well? Ha 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 ha. You're right. We killed more people than you, but we're stronger than you. The Green Quarter is under the jurisdiction of the Hall of Souls, so our word is law. That's the rule. Yama laughed maniacally. Stronger than me? Ling Xiao laughed. You should have said that earlier. Isn't the so-called law enforcement squad just a bunch of bullies? Well, I'm afraid you won't be able to bully me today. Who do you think you are? You think you're amazing just because you killed the Butcher? Yama chuckled coldly. There's no need to waste words with him. Attack! He waved his hand, and 2 8th Division Life Seizers pounced on Ling Xiao. Bam! How had the two of them charged out? How did they end up back where they had been? However, when they had charged out, they had been alive, but when they returned, they were nothing more than 2 cold, lifeless corpses. Pontiff! It was none other than Dark Frost. Dark Frost's face was as cold as ice. I said that I'd kill anyone who touched him. Why doesn't someone take me seriously? Her voice was very loud. Many people around heard it very clearly. This was exactly what Dark Frost wanted. She wanted to tell everyone that Ling Xiao was under her protection. Whoever dared to kill Ling Xiao would be her enemy. Hall Master, how can you do this? For an outsider, you killed a Soul Hall martial artist? Yama said sternly. Outsiders? I only know that he saved my life twice and is my greatest benefactor. As for you, you ignored the truth and ruined my soul palace's reputation. Get lost. If you don't scram, I'll kill all of you. Dark Frost didn't like to talk nonsense. The corner of the Yama demon's mouth twitched. He really wanted to say something more. But when he saw Dark Frost's cold eyes, his whole body trembled, and he didn't dare to speak carelessly. He knew that the look in Ming Shuang's eyes was enough to kill. Clashing head-on with Dark Frost now was tantamount to courting death. Take those two corpses and return. Yama clenched his teeth. He didn't dare to hate Dark Frost, nor did he want to hate Dark Frost. He directed all his hatred towards Ling Xiao. Girl, you didn't have to do anything. Ling Xiao bitterly smiled. I know, but I was worried about you. Dark Frost said that Yama really dared to kill you. He relied on his grandfather, Yen Shifeng, the great elder of Soul Hall. He's done this many times. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. No matter what, Dark Frost was worried about him. Furthermore, it wasn't necessarily a bad thing for Dark Frost to do something. At the very least, it could make those who coveted his treasures temporarily restrain themselves. After all, in the Green Zone, there weren't many people who dared to offend the Soul Hall Master, Dark Frost. Tonight, you focus on cultivating here. I'll protect you, Dark Frost said. How can I do that? You're the Soul Hall Master. Ling Xiao bitterly smiled. You're also my savior. I don't want the previous incident to happen again, Dark Frost said firmly. All right, since you've decided, I'm naturally happy. Thank you for your hard work tonight. Ling Xiao had just broken through and needed to consolidate his cultivation. Therefore, cultivation was necessary. Being able to have someone like Ming Shuang as his protector was definitely a great blessing. He turned around and returned to the center of Xuanwu Lake. He sat down cross-legged and sank to the bottom of the lake to continue cultivating. Soul Hall, Yen Shifeng's residence. Yama, Lung, Qiuyan, and Medicine Demon were all there. I didn't expect that Dark Frost would be so protective of Ling Xiao. Could it be that she really treats that Ling Xiao as her brother? Yen Shifeng frowned. The present Dark Frost was already stronger than him. He could not suppress her at all. This sort of situation was truly somewhat troublesome. Whether or not she treats him as her brother, I don't know, but she's probably closer to him than our Soul Hall. Yama said crossly, You guys still underestimated the enemy too much. Lung Qiuyan suddenly said, To kill Ling Xiao, we absolutely can't let Dark Frost wait by the side. This is the key. But Mother, this sort of thing is easy to say, but not easy to do. Previously, Grandfather once held back Dark Frost once. But that time, not only did Ling Xiao not die, he even killed Medicine Demon's son, Yao Chun. Dark Frost will definitely be on guard right now. What can we do? Yama said with a frown. Isn't this matter simple? There are some things that Dark Frost can refuse, but there are some things that she can't refuse, Lun Qiuyan said with a cold smile. Don't you guys forget, although this is the Green Zone, those monsters will attack the Green Zone once every month. Although I don't know the reason, we're all clear about this pattern. Right now, it's already close to a month, just a few more days. When that time comes, Dark Frost will definitely go to war. I even suspect that the Undying King might also appear. At that time, will Dark Frost still have a chance to protect Ling Xiao? Yeah, Mother, you're really farsighted. Why didn't I think of this? Yama said excitedly. At that time, even if we kill Ling Xiao, Dark Frost won't know either. But even if we succeed, what if Dark Frost flips out? With her current strength, it's very hard for us to want to suppress her. Yen Shifeng said worriedly. Don't we have the old ancestors' magic treasure? It's specially used to control these outer hall masters. When the time comes, we'll just use it. Originally, I was still planning to wait for a period of time, wait until Dark Frost grew to 16 or 17 years old before taking possession of her. But now it seems that time waits for no one. This Dark Frost strength is increasing too quickly. At that time, even my soul might not be able to suppress her, not to mention taking possession. Therefore, the monster attack on the green zone this time is the key to our soul hall. Lung Chuyin said coldly. All right, since that's the case, let's wait a few more days. After this, Yama, you and Medicine Demon don't have to do anything, Yen Shifeng reminded. Yes, Yama's answer was very straightforward. Medicine Demon also nodded at almost the same time. But in Medicine Demon's heart, he had other plans. According to Lung Qiuyin's plan, the Ice Emperor's inheritance would definitely fall into the hands of Yen Shifeng and the rest. He wouldn't be able to get anything. But this guy was already captivated by the Ice Emperor's inheritance. It was absolutely impossible to make him obedient. After leaving Yen Shifeng's residence, Medicine Demon quietly headed to Xuanwu Lake. Chapter 3388. Seeing Ling Xiao in the middle of cultivation and Dark Frost standing guard nearby, Medicine Devil's heart skipped a beat. He couldn't help but frown. He didn't attack immediately. I'll wait for my chance. Gritting his teeth, he decided not to return to the Soul Hall, but to wait in the vicinity of Lake Xuanwu. He waited from dusk to dawn, and from dawn to dusk. Finally, on the night of the third day, something strange happened. Unexpectedly, a terrifying Xuanwu beast flew out of Lake Xuanwu. It wasn't in the 9th division of the life-seizing level, but rather a demonling in the 1st division of the reincarnation god realm. It was so strong that it could easily kill Ling Xiao and Medicine Devil. When the Xuanwu beast appeared, it gave Ling Xiao quite a fright. He had assumed it to be a legend, but it turned out to be true. The Xuanwu beast was very strange. It wasn't very large, only about the size of a human, and yet its aura was terrifying. It had the head of a turtle and the tail of a snake, and the tail of a snake. It was so vicious that it seemed to be on the verge of transforming into a flood dragon. How dare you absorb my Xuanwu power? Brat, I'm going to kill you. Unexpectedly, the Xuanwu beast had appeared because of Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao had been cultivating and had absorbed so much of its Xuanwu power that it was infuriating. From the look of it, it was speaking in the human tongue. The huge snake tail attacked Ling Xiao. How could Ling Xiao possibly be a match for it? However, Dark Frost had already stepped in to block the Xuanwu beast. Hold on, Ling Xiao said, not wanting Dark Frost to get into a meaningless fight. Looking at the Xuanwu beast, he said, Junior was cultivating here and absorbed your Xuanwu power. It was an accident, but thankfully it didn't cause too much trouble. If you need anything, I can compensate you. The Xuanwu beast looked at Ling Xiao and laughed coldly. Compensation? I want the legacy of the Ice Emperor. Are you going to give it to me? Ling Xiao's jaw dropped, and then a look of enlightenment appeared on his face. At the end of the day, you still have your eyes on the inheritance item on me. What about the power of the black tortoise being stolen? That was just an excuse. He originally felt quite guilty, but at this moment, the guilt in his heart was completely gone. Ha ha ha, you brat, only now do you understand? Hand over the Ice Emperor's inheritance immediately. Otherwise, prepare to die here today. The black tortoise laughed wildly. Bastard, you better give up on that thought, or I'll kill you. Dark Frost said coldly, Little girl, your strength is not bad, but you are still no match for me. Is it worth it for a trash like him? Black Tortoise was actually unwilling to fight Dark Frost head-on. However, it was confident that it could defeat Dark Frost. However, if two reincarnation divine realm experts were to fight, the final outcome would most likely be a lose-lose situation. That was definitely not something he wanted to see. Boom! Darkfrost's aura exploded. She hated it the most when people said that her big brother Ling Xiao was trash. Can trash save her from the hands of the undead king? Can trash cure his golden silkworm goo poison? TSK, TSK. Looks like, little girl, you've been charmed by this brat. That's right, although this brat's strength isn't much. But he's quite handsome. If this beast had such looks, it would be able to charm a large number of little girls. The black tortoise laughed and said, "But if you protect him today, then this beast will kill you as well. Don't think that just because your cultivation is stronger than this beast, you won't die. This beast has stayed in the immemorial divine tomb for much longer than you. Even the undead king that was born in the past did not dare to offend this beast." So much nonsense. Darkfrost knew that there would be a battle to the death tonight. She was not worried about herself, but she was worried about Ling Xiao. After all, there were many people staring at Ling Xiao, wanting to take Ling Xiao's life. If she was held back by this black tortoise, the situation would probably be very bad. Little girl, focus on the battle. As long as you're fine, I'll be fine. Even if Yin Shifeng comes, he might not be able to kill me. Ling Xiao was worried that Darkfrost would be distracted, so he reminded her. Got it. Darkfrost nodded. Although she was still worried, she knew that Ling Xiao had done many incredible things in the past. He was clearly a 6th Division life-sizer, and yet he could kill an 8th Division life-sizer. Now that he was in the 7th Division, he wouldn't even be afraid of 9th Division life-seizers, would he? Having reached this point in her train of thought, she decided to trust Ling Xiao a bit more. Therefore, she focused on the battle with the black tortoise. Ling Xiao watched off to the side, preparing to use his sun god's divine ability, the bloodthirsty plague, when the time was right. Furthermore, he had all sorts of poisons from the 9 snakes' venom realm to help Darkfrost. However, what he didn't notice was that, about 1,000 meters away, someone was smiling coldly. So, my chance has come. Medicine Devil pulled his most powerful parasite out of his ring of holding, the shadowless parasite. The parasite was completely silent as it flew through the air. However, it was terrifyingly powerful. The shadowless parasite was even more terrifying than the golden silkworm parasite or the black bug parasite. Even a 9th Division life-sizer wouldn't be able to survive if struck by it. Most amazing of all, the shadowless parasite was not only fast, but also difficult to detect. He knew that Ling Xiao had the frigid domain, which could cause parasites to freeze. However, if he couldn't detect the parasite, then he wouldn't be able to use the frigid domain. In that case, Ling Xiao would be dead for sure. Ling Xiao, I've been waiting for 2 days. Finally, this is my chance. You're going to die. Darkfrost is going to die. The legacy of the Ice Emperor can only be mine. Medicine Demon revealed a maniacal smile and finally released the shadowless goo. To the shadowless parasite, 1,000 meters wasn't very far. As Ling Xiao watched the battle, he didn't pay much attention to his surroundings. However, he couldn't forget. He still hadn't put away his canopied beast martial soul. All of Lake Xuanwu was under his control. Although the further away he was, the weaker his control would be. However, if something happened above Lake Xuanwu, he would be able to detect it immediately. All of a sudden, Ling Xiao sensed an extremely dangerous aura heading his way. Logically speaking, after reaching the 7th Division of life-seizing, he wouldn't be too afraid of an attack from a 9th Division life-sizer. However, this aura was similar to an attack from a reincarnation deity. Ling Xiao felt as if he couldn't block it. It was too terrifying. As soon as he sensed the powerful aura, he released the frigid domain. However, even with the frigid domain, he still couldn't relax. That terrifying feeling was still tightly binding him. Suddenly, the layer of ice covering his body began to emit a gentle light. Ice Age. That was right. The ice armor was the manifestation of the Ice Emperor's weapon, Ice Age. He could sense that Ice Age was calling out to him, as if it wanted him to use it. Ling Xiao didn't think too much about it. That dangerous thing was extremely fast. He trusted in the Ice Emperor's weapon. With a thought, the ice armor disappeared. The ice crystal armor disappeared, and in its place was a huge two-handed ice sword in his hand. Chapter 3389. It was the Ice Age that the Ice Emperor had used in the past. The blade was translucent and sparkling, as if it were carved from diamond. That thing was getting closer. Ling Xiao's taiji I caught a faint shadow. It's a parasite. He suddenly understood. It's that bastard medicine devil again. I didn't do anything. Does he think I'm easy to bully? Fine. Today is the day you die, medicine devil. I'll use you to test the power of the Ice Age. Ling Xiao's heart burned with anger. The medicine devil had tried to kill him time and time again. This time, he had seized the opportunity. But would he die? Of course not. With the Ice Age in hand, Ling Xiao no longer had any fear. It was as if he was invincible. The power of the Ice Age was something that even a reincarnation God realm martial artist couldn't contend with. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao couldn't use it freely. Otherwise, not to mention Medicine Demon, even if it was Yen Shifeng, he would have exterminated him. Bang! The shadowless goose shot over at an unbelievable speed, but when it came within 1 meter of the Ice Age, it suddenly slowed down. Then, as if the Ice Age had a terrifying suction force, it actually sucked the shadowless goo up. The shadowless goo froze, then turned into ice crystals, and finally shattered. The entire process only took an instant, but it was still very nerve-wracking. Ling Xiao believed that if it weren't for the Ice Age, the shadowless goo's sneak attack would have killed or injured him. And if he was injured, it would definitely be a serious injury. He was a doctor, after all, and had some understanding of goo poisons. Once the shadowless goo hit a martial artist, even a 9th-level first-cycle life-sizer would find it difficult to resist, let alone him. Wiping the cold sweat off his forehead, Ling Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. Darkfrost and the Black Tortoise, who were fighting, didn't even notice the shadowless goo's attack. By the time they did, the shadowless goo had already been destroyed by Ling Xiao. Good. The Ice Age. It really is the Ice Age. Kid, as long as you give that thing to me, I'll protect you. The Black Tortoise's eyes lit up. However, Ling Xiao completely ignored him. He only looked at Darkfrost and said, "Lass, you deal with that Black Tortoise first. I'll go kill Medicine Demon." He was very angry now. Although Medicine Devil was one of the weakest of the 9 life-seizers, he was still only an elementary life-sizer. However, this fellow had too many ways to kill people, especially the goo poison. Even Ling Xiao had to admire it. How did this guy raise so many strange goo worms? Therefore, he had to be killed. If he didn't kill them, he might be lucky enough to escape death through the Ice Age, but he might not be able to do so next time. Be careful. Darkfrost was very worried about Ling Xiao. However, after seeing Ice Age in Ling Xiao's hands, she wasn't so worried anymore. Even if Medicine Demon was very strong, Ling Xiao could definitely kill Medicine Demon with Ice Age. Of course, she didn't know that Ling Xiao still couldn't control Ice Age. Therefore, Ling Xiao couldn't use Ice Age as a weapon. Perhaps the Ice Age would only be willing to obey when its life was in serious danger. As he chased after Medicine Demon, Ling Xiao put Ice Age away. Then, he used the earth-crossing golden light magic to transform into a beam of golden light that vanished from Lake Xuanwu. The Black Tortoise tried to give chase, but Darkfrost blocked its path. "Lass, that pretty boy of yours has a strange treasure. The Black Tortoise said, "There's no way he'll leave the domain of the falling stars alive. I learned from my demon beast companions that even the undead king covets his inheritance. Therefore, I advise you not to be stubborn. Let that pretty boy give it to me. That way, you won't be in any danger." The black tortoise chuckled coldly. Darkfrost didn't say anything. Instead, she tried to stop it from chasing after Ling Xiao. "Why are girls so stubborn these days? Fine. Since you don't know what's good for you, then I'll just kill you. Worst case scenario, I'll just rest for a few days. Besides, if you die, that pretty boy won't be able to get out of the green zone." Snorting coldly, the black tortoise attacked with even more ferocity. However, Darkfrost wasn't so easily bullied. In the blink of an eye, one human and one beast were locked in combat. Meanwhile, Ling Xiao caught sight of Medicine Demon. Medicine Demon wasn't slow, but he couldn't match up to Ling Xiao, who was using his unbounded heavenly rat beast soul transformation and his earth-crossing golden light magic. Now that he was in his unbounded heavenly rat beast soul transformation, Ling Xiao was as strong as a 9th division life-sizer. Furthermore, his earth-crossing golden light magic was faster than any movement technique that a martial artist of that level could use. There was no way he wouldn't be able to catch up. Of course, Medicine Demon had no idea that Ling Xiao was chasing after him. He assumed that he had already killed Ling Xiao. Therefore, he remained hidden, waiting for the battle between the black tortoise and Darkfrost to end. He only had 2 shadowless goo. Furthermore, using them required a large amount of soul power. Although he couldn't use them right now, he would be able to after resting for a while. When the time came, whether the black tortoise or Darkfrost won, he would be able to use the shadowless goo to kill them. Then he would steal Ling Xiao's corpse, sneak back, and focus on his cultivation. As far as he was concerned, there was no way Ling Xiao could block the shadowless goo's attack. Furthermore, the battle between the black tortoise and Darkfrost had created huge waves that obscured his vision. Therefore, when he saw Ling Xiao disappear, he assumed that he had been killed by his shadowless goo. As for whether or not Ling Xiao was dead, he didn't even consider it. Even if Ling Xiao had made a breakthrough, he was still only in the 7th division of life seizing. How could he possibly block Medicine Demon's attack? I've already avenged you. Now, I'm going to get the legacy of the Ice Emperor. I'll make that bitch Darkfrost pay the price. Medicine Demon gnashed his teeth. Just as he was thinking about this, he suddenly saw a golden light shoot up from the ground. Then, a figure appeared in front of him. He was stunned. This person was none other than Ling Xiao, whom he thought he had killed with his shadowless goo. Although Ling Xiao had transformed into a beast soul, his aura hadn't changed. Therefore, Medicine Demon was certain. "Aren't you dead?" Medicine Demon asked, shooting to his feet and looking at Ling Xiao in disbelief. "You were the one who used the shadowless goo, weren't you? Oh, Medicine Demon, you really don't know what's good for you." Ling Xiao looked coldly at Medicine Demon. "Do you really think trash like you can kill me so easily?" "Ha ha ha ha, that's right. I was the one who used the shadowless goo." Medicine Demon suddenly began to laugh maniacally. That was because he had realized something. Although the shadowless goo hadn't killed Ling Xiao had caught up to him. As for Darkfrost, the only one who could protect Ling Xiao, she was currently being held down by the Xuanwu beast. What was this? This was a heaven-sent opportunity. You really are an idiot. If you were alive, you would have just stayed hidden. If it weren't for that bitch Darkfrost, I wouldn't have been able to protect you. Why would I use something as valuable as the shadowless goo? And now you've caught up to me. Even the heavens are giving me a chance. Medicine Demon stared coldly at Ling Xiao, completely abandoning all pretense.